close them, etc. So if you have, let's just say you can have like two hammerhead crews, and each one of them has an Ursa loaded up. First of all, let's say you have two hammerhead crews with an Ursa each loaded up, right? They don't have to be full crews, like they don't have to be 7 players in each. It can be 4 players in each. So you fly around with those. You do some bounties. Space bounties, and then when you get bored, you split up, and one of them does one bunker, the other one does another bunker. So, and then you can all go do together, go solo or whatever. But ideally, if you have 10 people, 15 people, 20 people in the server, you would just lock down those 3 spots. So that, for example, you lock down Korea and nobody can go there to wipe his. You can ask them. You want to wipe your crime stat? Okay, 100K.
Right.
We'll let you pass. All the while you're holding it down, you're farming. The security for armor and all that stuff. Then you close down. You lock down Ghost Hollow. You lock down the salvage place, and you take money from all of them. And the way you keep from being bored. Listen how you keep from being bored. First of all, you rotate the crews. So one crew stays and goes hollow for half an hour to an hour, and then they switch. They go to another side, and then they go do salvage, and then they go do. Plus, because the other players in the server, they're not going to let you alone. They're gonna attack somewhere. So when they attack, you can send reinforcements from the other places. So as a strategic or as a tactical commander, you have this job to do. You have to constantly allocate who goes where, what ships to bring, what characters, what players, who's going to be the leader in each. So you have all these emergent, because otherwise the game does get boring. Like the only way for me because the missions, are not a big, they're not super cool missions. They're not very well thought out or anything like that. They're simple missions, and if you keep doing them, you get bored. The one way I cannot get bored is because everything's so beautiful. So just like walking around, just being in this world, I love it. But you cannot sustain a whole group by just walking around looking cool. The group needs something to do. And also by doing stuff, they train together, they play together, and all that stuff. So that's what I thought. You lock down, you lock down more and more places. If you only have let's say you only have 7 players, then you lock down one place, and then when you get bored, you move to the next place, and then the next place, and you just cycle all around. And there's also, derelict settlements. And now when they're bringing 15 new derelict settlements, some of the new ones, you should really be watching those videos. Some of the new ones. At the very least, you should watch all the side-star cities, and that's the best show. It's only 10 minutes.
Yeah, I can start watching.
It's only 10 minutes, and it shows you, the latest one, it shows you some images of Pyro that look amazing. Not just images, with animation there. Pyro looks incredible. If you think the pictures they take now are Pyro's next level. And it just, it keeps me, I daydream, almost every day I fire up. I have this little video that's about 15 minutes from last year, and it shows Pyro, all the planets, the moons, all that stuff, and Ruin Station. And I just watch it almost every day, for 10 minutes or every other day. It just makes me feel so good, And I daydream about playing there. So, plus, keep in mind this: when Pyro launches, we have 2 solar systems. That's when we're gonna need the commander. Right now, we need 3 ranks: Inquisitor, Master Chief, and Supreme Commander. But the commanders, you're gonna need them when you have 2 planetary systems, and you want to hold down both, to have a presence in both. So right. I will send one commander there, and then he will be in that solar system. Obviously, when Pyro comes, we're all going to be playing there all the time. That's a given. But after a while, first of all, they're going to keep adding content to Stanton. They're not going to stop adding content. And other stuff that I don't know is what if there's a dynamic event and you're 6 solar systems across? Are you going to have to take a whole weekend to travel? You see what I'm saying? Ideally, then, I would have 1 commander per system. And, if 2-3 years we have 5 systems, that would mean I will need 5 commanders. And, it would be cool to have 5 commanders and 100. So if you have 5 commanders, 100, 200 Inquisitors, then you would not be able to micromanage in every system what they do. So you would have your commander in each system, and then you have threads in the forum. You could even have sub-forums in the forum. You can have 1 sub-forum for Pyro system, 1 for each solar system. And then in those sub-forums, you'd have a thread where each commander would give you reports, and you would chart a long-term strategy. You'd have, you have to decide stuff okay, if we build a base, where are we going to build it? Which system? Which planet? Which moon? Maybe we should have multiple. And it sounds so incredible, dude. I just actually I just wrote a little chapter for my video game culture essay where I explained that for the video game art essay. What it was I explained, I was walking around Arcop and I was thinking one of the reasons that this is more immersive than Red Dead Redemption or Ghost of Tsushima or all these open world games, Grand Theft Auto, is because this one they keep adding stuff. The other ones they don't keep adding stuff. You buy the game, it comes out, that's a game. And then if you're lucky, you might get a DLC. But the thing with those DLC, even the DLCs, you're not good. You know why? Because the DLC is an anticlimax.
Yeah.
The single player game is supposed to have a climax. The climax is at the end, and then afterwards they release a couple more missions, and it's like, it's like that Breaking Bad movie. I don't know if you've seen it. The climax of the Breaking Bad movie is what they call it. It has the name of the car.
El Camino.
Yeah, that one. So it was fun. I enjoyed it, but it's anticlimax, Whereas with Star Citizen, on the horizons they just have bigger and bigger climaxes. They have Squadron 42, then they will have Squadron 43, and then with Squadron 44, and there will be like more and more plot. They have 7 people writing plot. The only thing they do is write plot, write lore, and it's expanding in all directions at all the times. You have they add more and more clothes, more and more vehicles. Like they're gonna have more vehicles than the real world in 10 years. So how can you compete with that when you have like Ghost of Tsushima? You play so again, and then I have another chapter where I explain what I told you the other day, that they should make whole like adventure games inside the game and even sell them maybe. And this way, there's this new game coming out that's going to be, in this like System Shock. It's going to be in a space station, or in a station or something. And you see in its introduction, somebody drives with something that looks like an Ursa. So he's like a contractor, industrial contractor. He goes to this station on the moon. He's driving his Ursa. He parks outside. He goes inside, and then he gets locked in. And it's a horror game. But what if you built this game inside Star Citizen? First of all, you don't have to build a new Ursa. You already have an Ursa, and it's cooler than the one they have in there. You don't have to make the clothes. You don't have to make the character. You already have characters, all this stuff. Even the building blocks for the station itself, you already have them. Obviously, you're gonna have to build some more stuff, but you have the engine, you have everything. It's so much easier. Like, I think that if that game costs like $2 million, I think it will cost $1 million in Star Citizen. So first of all, it's cheaper. Second of all, it's more like a role-playing game. You know why? Because in that game, they give me a character. He already has a face. I haven't chosen his face. He already has a backstory. I haven't chosen the backstory. But if it's in Star Citizen, he's my character. He has my backstory. He plays that, and then after the game ends, they give you a cutscene. But after the game ends in Star Citizen, there's no cutscene. I walk out of there and I go to Arcop and I have a drink with my friends and I tell them what happened.
Right.
So it feels like, you see what I'm saying? I would much rather pay, the $40 inside Star Citizen to play inside Star Citizen than that game. The only thing is, if you build inside Star Citizen, it's like a new Steam. Like you don't have access to like the 100 million Steam users. You only have access to the 1.5 million Star Citizen users. So in order to make it work, you assume that in the future Star Citizen will have a lot more players, and they'd be willing to pay for this adventure, or because you'd be making so much money with all these new players, then you could afford to have a studio or 2 studios just making adventures inside Star Citizen. And that's because right now, like a lot of people, like Kojiro, who plays JRPGs or whatever, they don't want to play Star Citizen because they don't get the cutscenes, they don't get the elaborate stories. But Kojiro will play Squadron 42. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He will play because it's a full campaign. That's what he wants. But if you wanna keep him inside Star Citizen, these simplistic missions are not gonna do. You need something more complex, and they are making more complex missions. Again, if you look at the from last CitizenCon, they have the investigation missions. They have the investigation missions. They will be open-ended. So basically, they give you a kind of mystery, and you have to fly around the system, solve the mystery. But there's no. I don't know how it's gonna work. They explain it, but it's not very concrete to me. There's not gonna be a set solution. You keep investigating until you're satisfied, and then when you're satisfied, I suppose you hand in some kind of report. I don't know what report it will be. Maybe it will be like a multiple choice or something, and then You know, and they said that each player will be able to interpret in his own way what happened, etc., etc. So they're already doing something more elaborate. Obviously, the way they're making that is they're making it so it can be procedurally generated and they can have multiple. But I think that there's space in there for more elaborate missions. You know, a whole studio making these, and then you know if they make 2 3 of these every year and they just pepper them around the world, you know, and they will have different you know, different solar systems. They will have different characters. You know, it will be different if you're in a lawful system, in a lawless system. And I don't see how standalone games can compete with this, because you know it's already plugged into this universe. It will kind of feel like comic books. You know how the difference between comic books and comic book movies, let's put it this way, and normal movies is the normal movie has to build a whole universe with every single new movie, whereas
Right.
this Marvel Cinematic Universe just plugs into this huge universe,
Yeah.
and it's more immersive because there's more. You know, it's bigger. That's it. It's bigger, more interconnected, and I don't see why I would want to play that game. It just bothers me that I have to like create Star Citizen, go on Steam, download this game, and this game is going to dump lore on me, and that lore is not going to be very good because they haven't thought it through. That it's the exact same reason that Baldur's Gate is made in the Forgotten Realms in D&D, and it's not a brand new thing like Divinity. You know, Divinity is bullshit. The world is bullshit. The plot is bullshit. Everything is bullshit.
Yeah.
And the same thing. And if you think the last few years, what is the most popular, the most attractive, the most it's Cyberpunk 2077, but that is a licensed game from TTRPG.
Yeah.
That is a license. The mechanics are licensed. The world is licensed. I don't know the adventure. I don't know if the scenario is taken from. So and Baldur's Gate right now. I don't know if you've noticed they had 500,000 people playing at the same time. It's like the biggest seller right now. The biggest seller and the most critical. And again, that's D&D. So the two biggest games of recent years are both conversions and dumbing down. They're dumbing down TTRPGs.
Right.
And if you want to play with those graphics and you don't want it to be dumbed down, you play them in here. So I had like 230Ks in the last couple hours.
I'm going to Lawville to check out the Cyclone variants.
Right. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna finish up. I'm almost finished. I just have a couple of these WebVP.
Quantum drive is now off.
It's pretty cool to see this guy, Chef, playing Baldur's Gate 3 now, because he plays Baldur's Gate 3, he plays Rust, he plays Star Citizen. That guy has great taste.
Bear in mind, if you start calling that guy Chef, and he keeps playing with this, that's going to cause some problems.
After that.
Yesterday, I legit a couple of times thinking, "What are you doing about Chef? What's going on?"
It's not easy to differentiate. Yep. Well, we're just gonna have to let Chef go. Too bad. Chef plays that game with the dwarfs. He has bad taste in games. We can't have him around. We upgrade him from Chef to Chef.
And I feel like I can't speak for him, but it's funny. That game is actually, in a way, is a little bit like, you know, Killing Floor.
Have you? So you played the dwarf game?
I played it for like an hour with a friend, and gave up. It just looks really bad.
Yeah,
like the characters
Killing
look
Floor,
terrible.
We played it a little bit. Killing Floor looks a bit better because at least, you know, it's not this polygonal underground. You know, it has actual environments.
Yeah, I played a fair bit of Killing Floor, but I think he plays. Doesn't he play that game with some buddies outside the clan?
Yeah, he apparently he lives in a house where everybody's a gamer.
Right. That's pretty cool.
He has like 10. He has brought several of them in my Discord, 4 or 5 of them, but he has another 4 or 5. And Dan also has like a dozen friends that play games. But both groups, they only have one guy with good taste. Everybody else has garbage taste.
Right.
Like they still play PUBG. They play Dead to Twilight. All this garbage. Like I cannot even. They play all those monster hunting games that kind of sort of look good, but they aren't.
Yeah, I tried playing a couple of them. It looks cool, but I couldn't get into it.
They look cool now, my friend. 20 years ago, when they still came out on the PlayStation Portable, the first one came out. They looked like garbage. They look like barren wasteland Nintendo 64. You know, Google the first Monster Hunters. The first Monster Hunter game that actually looked good to me was the PC one, Monster Hunter World. You know, they actually put some money in the graphics.
Right.
But again, you know, it's like I never liked boss fight games. Just boss. The bosses. It's difficult to make a good boss, and it doesn't have the flow, you know, the exploration of. They just throw you in an arena with a boss. You kill the boss in another arena with another boss. It's garbage, you know. It's just and monster hunting. What kind of plot can it have? It's garbage. The plot, and you upgrade the weapons. Why don't you make a real like Lost Planet 2? You know, with a real plot and a real. Well, actually, Lost Planet 2 didn't have much of a plot, but. It did have, you know, it looked amazing. 4-player. Lost Planet 2 was the first 4-player game we played with the clan. You know how we started the clan? We started like in 2000. It was in the summer of 2012, and I finally got in the Canaries. I got high-speed internet at home. So you know, I had an Xbox. Yeah, I had a PC as well, but I had an Xbox 360, and I said, let's play Blood on the Sand. Like that 50 Cent Blood on the Sand. It's like a Gears of War 2-player game.
Yeah, I've
And
played.
Rico was the first guy who replied, and you know, to play with me. So we played that game. We finished it in a couple of weekends. It was decent. It was a 3 out of 5. And then we looked at, you know, what other games we're going to play, and we wanted to play Lost Planet 2 because it looked amazing, but it's 4-player. And we made a thread in the forum. You can find the thread. If you scroll down the online forum, you can find the first threads we posted. And nobody would play with us. Even to get Recall out to play, like I had to almost beg people. And then and I had a bunch. I had more people than, but you guys don't. You think it seems dead to you, the forum, but back then it wasn't, because it was free.
Right.
You know, for the first few years, 5-6 years, it was free. And then even when I did ask for money, I just asked for like $50 a year or something, $30 a year, just to, be in the forum. So I had a bunch of people, but those people, apparently they were like keyboard warriors, they would post in the forum, but they didn't play games, so they didn't want to play with me. I don't know. So we had me and him, and we're trying to find 2 more people to play with Lost Planet 2. And it took us a while to find them. And finally we did find them. And then it escalated from there. Then we played PA. Lots of people joined for PA. Dan joined for PA. We had like 10 people play PA. And then we took part in the tournament. Have you even seen our tour? There's a couple of videos where we played in tournament. And there's like an announcer. And he says, the cult is doing this. There's one video. Dude, oh, you weren't there at the time. The entire planetary annihilation community was blown away by my strategies in planetary annihilation. Because, for example, when you play, it was 4v4 tournament. It was a 4v4 tournament. And when you play 4v4 on multiple planets, what they do is each player takes a planet. So they land on different planets. But what I did was I landed all 4 of them on the same planet. Oh no, so sorry. They don't land on different planets. Hold on. Yeah. Let's say there's multi-planet system, but there's only one spawnable planet. So you're all spawning the same planet. And what they do is they land on different sides of the planet. So they each have different areas. So I landed everybody in the same spot. We built we rushed a orbital I can't remember, orbital launcher. And then those 4 players went to 4 different. So we were the first to go anywhere. outside the spawnable planet but you lose a lot of because all this time that you're rushing, 4 guys are rushing the launcher. The other your 4 enemies are spread across the planet and they're grabbing metal and they're building stuff. So you lose. First of all, you forfeit the first planet. Second of all, you forfeit a lot of resources, but you get 4 planets or 4 moons. Or whatever.
Welcome
And
to the
they had
ASOC
never seen the
vehicle
mega base
retrieval
before.
system.
We landed 4. So we landed, for example, 4 guys in the same place. We made a mega base, and then the nearest enemy who was alone. It was a 4v1, and we just smashed him. And what happened was there's a giant thread in the Blinder Annihilation forum where I try to explain to them that this is the strategy that wins in the future when you have more players. So when you have 1, 2, 3, it's 2v2, 3v3, 4v4, then it's better to land separately because you grab more metal this way if you land separately. If you land the same place, you have less metal. So if you have less metal, you lose the game basically. Because with PA there's no limits to how many units you can make. Whereas other games there's a limit. If there's a limit, like in Age of Empires or whatever, then you don't need infinite metal. But things escalate so quickly and it goes parabolic. But the problem is we did not have those guys' tactical skill. Like we did not have the DPS, what you call the actions per second or whatever. We were silver ranked, and they were like platinum and uber. They were like not 1 rank above us. They were like 2 and 3 ranks. So like not one order of, they would be like each one of their players would be like 10 times better than any of our players. So there was no way to take them on 1v1. So the what I did was I landed 4 players in the same place. We make 1 mega base, and then we smash the guy that's closer up. You smash him. There's no way the guy next to you is going to be able to do a 4v1. And then that's when they get you, because by the time you get to smash the second guy, they have made so many units that they have swamped you. But keep this in mind now. What if instead of 4v4, what if it was a 5v5? What if it was a 10v10? If it's a 10v10 and I land all 10 of my guys in the same place, and they land their 10 people in separate places, they can never win. You just keep going around smashing them. What if it's 100v100?
Right. Yeah, I mean,
so
you'll always, I guess, like, because you have such a concentration, you'll always be able to isolate somebody. They would have to somehow concentrate all those people to be able to take you on.
That's why we have armies instead of 1 million random savages in the forest. If you have an army, if you have like 1,000 people together and everybody else has 1 million, but those 1 million are like spread out, it's like animals then. The animals, they would never make an army. Even if there's like 1 million lions in the forest, they would never make an army. You can just go ahead and kill every lion on its own. Like one guy with a fucking shotgun can go in Africa and just kill all the animals.
Right. Pardon me.
So they couldn't get that for them the idea of a mega base is just inherently flawed, and the reason is because those guys, keep in mind that some of the medium players could understand me, but the best players could not understand. You know why the best players specifically could not understand me? Because the best players were the best 1v1 players. Like their brain, it's not just that they were good at tactics, they were incredible at tactics. Like they were born. Their brains are better than ours in responding to this 1v1 situation where you just click all over the planet and you zoom the planet, and my brain is not as good as theirs. So in order for their brains to be that good, that means that they place higher value in that scale, whereas my brain plays higher value, in the massive scale, in the strategy. And I was trying to explain to them that what you're doing is not strategy, it's tactics, and they were like, no, it also has strategy, because in their head, like, strategy is a good thing. So my approach must have strategy. But there's no strategy if it's just you spawn one base and the other base is like 2 minutes walk away and you're just spamming stuff at each other.
Yeah.
There's tactics, but there's no strategy, because the difference between tactics and strategies, tactics is during combat. Strategy is between combat. But there's no between combat if he's, you can see the guy and you can shoot him.
Right.
Dude, I want to see how it's gonna work with PA with Star Citizen, because if they start having hundreds of players per system, then it's gonna, let's say you have 100v100, a game that's 100v100 in Star Citizen. Well, there's times during Planet Annihilation in the early phase where you have less than 100 units. You're playing PA on a planet, 1v1, let's say, ranked, and you have 60 units and the enemy has 40 units. So when you play 100v100 Star Citizen, you have more units than Planet Annihilation, and those units, everything is is first person. Every unit is a player, and you can come from all angles. It's not like PA where you send a spacecraft from one planet to the other, but you cannot fly it wherever you want. There's just it has to go through a certain corridor. Whereas here it can come from anywhere. And the amazing thing is, as you have seen, if I wanted to make an org with like 200 players, I could do it. All I have to do is just play Star Citizen every day. Just play like 10 hours a day. And just keep inviting people. Keep going around, hopping around servers, inviting people, inviting from Reddit, and you're going to get it. I mean, it's not the same. Like, for example, in PA, it had a very small user base. There were like a few hundred regular visitors to the forum and a few thousand regular players. But this game has, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of regular players.
Right.
Plus, this game just got started. So when Pyro hits, when Squadron 42 hits, this game is going to go from like 1 million players to like in the millions, multi-millions. So there's nothing stopping you from making as big an org as you want. They already have, orgs with thousands of players. I don't know how they coordinate them. Maybe they don't coordinate them. And the other thing I'm planning to do, that's a bit controversial, and that's some people are not going to like this, but I have to do it. Well, unless I get rich from crypto. If I get rich from crypto, then forget it. All bets are off. I might even like hire people to play with me. I might just actually pay them like a salary. As kids, I play them like I don't know, $100 a month or something. Just do whatever I want. I tried that in Rust. There was one weekend in Rust where I was telling people, I'll pay you 10 a month. And I got a couple of people in, but mostly they came out of curiosity to see who was paying people to play games with them. But it's not like they needed the money or anything. But if I don't, get rich from crypto, what I'm going to do is this. Let's say I get 40 recruits from random people. Then after a few months, I will tell them, okay, guys, that was a free period left. Now whoever wants to stay pays me 10 a month. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then if you have 40, hopefully 10 or 20 of them are going to stay. And that means a couple $100 a month more for me. That's half my rent. So, and then after the other 20, and the guys who are going to leave, I'm going to tell them, if you want, you can make your own org. You can drop a link here, invite to your Discord. You can DM people. And then we can also be allied. If you make your own org, we can be allied. Because, we play together, we know each other. And then after half the people or whatever leave, then I just start over again. Just keep inviting more and more, and then 6 months later, drop the paywall again on them. And if I keep doing it like that, I hope that I should be able to. Because people are stopping their subscriptions on Patreon. You know why? Because I they're not interested in the Star Citizen. They're not interested in RPGs.
Right.
And that's all I want to write now. That's all I want to play. That's all I want to write. So I'm gonna have to, pivot, I guess, unless they get better taste in the future. Oh, and another thing we're gonna do is there's several websites that they allow you to build your fleet, your Star Citizen fleet, and then you take pictures of the fleet. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna remember that I tried to do this before in the beginning. I tried to like have. Every beagle anybody bought, I would add it to the. But I stopped doing that after a while because it were too many updates. Like you have to, every time that anybody bought the Cyclone, I would have to. But now I think we can do it because first of all, we're only going to put in the fleet cash purchases.
Right.
Because those are the ones that are permanent, right?
Yeah.
So that makes it. Much fewer, it's not, it's very rarely that anybody buys shipping cash. Second of all, it looks like some of these, you might be able to connect to Rover Space Industries and like the GG website, like the CCU game website, and have it automatically, like you can have all your org mates log in with their accounts, and then it automatically updates whenever somebody buys a ship. So that'd be awesome too. We can have that on the website, our fleet, the cult fleet. And then in the future, if we do split ourselves between systems, we can have the Pyro fleet and the Stanton fleet. The only thing about splitting the is that I still want to play with you. I still want to play with Wriggle and Chev. If we're different systems, how does that work? It doesn't work, does it? One way, one way it might work. We make alt accounts that are inquisitors, so I can be an inquisitor in your system.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. That makes sense.
We're gonna have to hunt down the culture.vg clan. We're gonna hunt down Infernovia. How awesome it would be if you could actually hunt them down. if let's say you build a base and then you find it and you throw 100 people at them.
They'll probably quit the game before we're able to hunt them down.
I don't think that Robert Space Industries will allow you to do that. I think they would call it ganking. They would ban your account. But if I could do it, I would do it. It'd be cool gameplay.
Engines.
You don't think they would allow you to just go destroy somebody's base?
I think the way, look, they would allow you to do that, but I think that if they will not allow you to target specific people and try to destroy their fun, because that's why I'm doing it. Otherwise, I don't care about their base. I'll kill anybody else's base.
Right.
But I want to destroy specifically their base because they piss me off.
Well, you can say we have a strategic interest in suppressing this.
Yeah, but keep in mind in these games, it's like you cannot take your case to the Supreme Court. So
Right.
you cannot win on a technicality. Like if they feel that you have malicious intent, then they kick you out. They don't give a shit.
Right.
But I don't know how would that work if I pay thousands of dollars on ships. Like I want my money back if you're gonna kick me out. That's the one thing I have to research that.
So the Jagged Alliance is coming out, or it's out already, isn't it? That
It's
Jagged
already,
Alliance
yeah.
3 is out already, right?
Yeah, apparently it's not as good as the other one, the previous ones, but it has good graphics and it's new and.
Because there are somehow I don't know, several of those supposed follow-ons came out over the years. I don't know how they licensed it, but
the Jaguar and Rage and
Yeah.
different ones.
and they
Yeah.
didn't look great.
If I wasn't playing Star Citizen and Battlegrounds, I would play that game now. I would find a guy and you should make, if you want to play, you should make a thread in the online forum.
Does it have co-op? Does it?
It's co-op, yeah, 2P.
Oh, that's
And
really
I
cool
think
because
it
2 didn't have co-op. I don't think.
It might be the first one, yes. That's one of the things. It might be the first one that has co-op. So I don't
Interesting.
know if they mentioned it in these reviews that I posted.
See, the thing is, I might play something like that single player, but if the people were available, I'd just be like, let's just go play Star Citizen.
It's not a competition for Star Citizen, really. It's competition for Battlegrounds because tactics, etc. and you cannot play that battlegrounds whenever you
Vehicle
want. You have to
selected.
wait for me to
Stand Your
set up
vehicle
a
has been
session. And
delivered to the following
so,
location.
by the way, this is the same with
Please visit us
Baldur's
again.
Gate 3 or the Divinity games. Like, if people want to play those games, I want them to play them because you cannot play battlegrounds every weekend. Even if you could play battlegrounds every weekend, weekend has 2 days, but you can't play yet. However, by the way, I'm working up to the point where I'm able to run 3 campaigns per weekend. I could probably already do this, but definitely I'm gonna get to the point where will be running 3 campaigns per weekend, maybe even 4. But it was a loose definition of weekend, including Friday. So 3 day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I want to work up to that because when we have Tailspire, that will be 5 campaigns. So you cannot just play 2 campaigns every weekend. Definitely, yeah. I look forward to the point where my whole weekend will be basically Pathfinder.
The thing with competing with battlegrounds and all that is it's not so much the type of game, it's the time. Like every weekend we have like particular slots that tend to
Yes,
work
we have
well.
particular.
And
Yep.
so if people are kind of there, if you just drop in, it's one thing. But for a game like that, you have to organize it.
Yeah.
I suppose if you find like one person, you only got to find one person in your time zone, so it could work.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's just a 2P game. You can
Yeah.
play whenever you want. You play midweek. You know. Yeah, and Star Citizen isn't going anywhere. We play thousands of hours. But
The problem,
yeah, I'm
is that a
definitely
lot of
not.
these things, I feel like the bar is, in my mind, the bar is being raised.
Yeah,
Like with
it's been
D&D, for
yeah.
example, I don't think I would play an RPG that wasn't a CRPG that wasn't D&D based, just because the tactics.
They're
Like now, when
garbage.
you look
They're
at these other
garbage.
ones, it's
Yeah.
just like you spent all these years spent playing CRPGs where it's got like a mana bar or some shit,
Yes, yes,
and all
yes,
this
yes.
ridiculous
It's
nonsense.
stupid.
It's
It's
so
stupid. It's
bad
stupid.
compared to
Yeah.
D&D.
It's stupid. And listen, the Japanese are worse because the Japanese. You know how about the Japanese? Remember, you cannot even move your character around. They stand still
Yeah.
and they shoot from a distance. And if they can move, listen to this. If they can move around, we call it an SRPG, and it's
Right.
Fire Emblem. And those are the best, by the way. If
Yeah.
they can move around, but if they cannot move around, we call it JRPG.
Yeah.
And it's just ridiculous, But look, those games I didn't even play back when I was, when I was a teenager. The JRPG, I played a couple for like a couple hours, and it's ridiculous,
Yeah, I played.
Basically,
That was my first type of RPG that I was interested in because I saw some Final Fantasy games and I couldn't stand that. You just stand like next to each, like in that you know how they do the combat in Final Fantasy. You just stand on opposite sides. But then I played a game
yeah.
called Shining Force on the Mega Drive, which is more
Yes,
of an
that was an
SRPG.
SRPG. That's an
Yeah,
SRPG.
and then after that I discovered like Ultima style RPGs where you walk around.
Yes,
And didn't want to go back after that.
those they call them WRPGs.
Yeah.
Those they call them WRPGs, like Western. And I played Ultima and played several of them. They had issues. But for the time, they were definitely the best. Um, well, the best. You know what the Ultima games had, especially the later ones. They definitely had better graphics than the. But I have an essay that I'm writing about Pool of Radiance. Pool of Radiance was the first officially licensed D&D CRPG, and it was a masterpiece. Uh, and not only that, but after Pool of Radiance, they released 3 more. Pool of Radiance, Curse of the Crimson, no, sorry, Curse of the Azure Bones, Secret of the Silver Blades, and Pulse of Darkness. Those 4, when you finished the first one, you took your characters to the second one, to the third, to the fourth. So the first one finished at level 8, and by the time you finish the last, you're level 20.
Right.
So they did it the same way. And by the way, the first 2 also exist in Adventures in D&D, first edition. So you can buy one of them is first edition, actually the other second. So you can play, and obviously the D&D Adventure is much better, but it's the same game. Like it's the same. It's just that where D&D you can go wherever you want, and you can the role playing options are much more complex. With the CRPG, they just basically dumb it down to giving you like a yes no option.
Yeah.
You play. They're basically dungeon crawlers, but there's like 5, 10 spots throughout the entire game where you can make one choice that has quite important ramifications, but it's just a yes, no, multiple choice or whatever. Um, I remember when I went to study in England, and I was like 17, and I lost my D&D group. I was alone there. I didn't have anybody to play with. D&D. So I started playing these games just to get my fix, basically. Um, but one of the things that bothered me when I left Athens to go study in England is that I lost my D&D group, and then I lost it. And the thing is, for 30 years, almost 25 years, I didn't have a D&D group again. And I started playing because you have to have people that and that they like the game and that you're friends. And now I regret what I could have done is I could have found people to play with in England, and I could have found in the States afterwards. But what happened was I tried once, and we didn't click with the people. We didn't like. I tried in Seattle, and by the way, in Seattle, that was the center of role playing on the planet when I was there, because that's where Wizards of the Coast headquarters is. They bought at the time they had bought TSR, and they had this massive headquarters that looked like out of in the university district. It looked like out of a castle. You went inside, and inside it was like a castle, and you could see the D&D products. They were like on altars and shit.
Wow.
It's pretty awesome. And my house was like 10 blocks from there. I walked through there, by there every day. So what I could have done is, so I got I think I put an ad online, or I found them through a game shop. I can't remember. So I found like 2, 3 people, and we played one Dark Sun session, and I did not particularly enjoy it. But I was listen to the mistake that I made. The mistake that I made is the same mistake I made a couple times in the early 2000s when I didn't have a girlfriend, and I wanted a girlfriend, and I didn't have friends because I was in fucking Japan, and I didn't have a job, so I didn't have a social circle. So I wanted a girl, but I didn't have one. And then one day I was walking down the street, and I see this girl with like the white girl with the tattoos on her back, and she was walking alone. And I would never have done anything like this, but I was so like desperate, to have a girl, that I just run up to her. I basically invented day game on my own. I ran up to her out of sheer desperation. I just said, "Hey, I thought you looked nice," and she said, "You made my day, but I have a boyfriend." So we just chatted for a few minutes, and she left. And then I didn't do anything. That's it. Like I did it once. If I had done it another 10 times, I would have found a girl. But it just never crossed my mind that you could like do it on an industrial scale, basically.
Right.
Like I had to be pushed to the limit by desperation to do it, and that's what the pickup artists would do a few years later. But I guess they were more desperate than me. Plus, they had, what they had? They had like these Usenets where they discuss stuff. So when you're alone, it's not the same as when you have like 10 guys to bounce ideas off of, and then their ideas eventually led them to just go out in the street and talk to 100 girls. So all I had to do back then for D&D is first of all, you played one session with these guys, you didn't click. Okay, play another session. Like, you cannot become best friends through one session. Just play 10 sessions. Because they were nice people, They were nice people. They just were not my friends. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's difficult, to have fun and to laugh and then when they're not your friends. So just keep playing with these people. Second of all, try more groups.
Is now on.
Again and again and again. And eventually you click with one. You see what I'm saying? But I didn't. It didn't occur to me that and then what happened was I started playing in 2012 with Recoil. Then we got more people for Lost Planet 2, and then we got more and more and more people. And then we started playing Divinity, Original Sin, and I was like, oh, okay, this kind of feels like I'm role playing because we have 4 players. It's you're not a single player, and we discuss what we're gonna do. It's not D&D, but it's a good substitute. And then what happened was one day we thought, let's play Baldur's Gate because Baldur's Gate has 6 people instead of Divinity's 4. And after but I had already finished Baldur's Gate though years earlier. I had already not the second one. I already finished the first one. So I thought, let's finish the whole thing. Let's play a 1, and then you can transfer your characters to 2. And then I thought, why the fuck play? Because I had like 6, 7 people interested. I said I have 6, 7 people interested, and there was no Discord back then. It was like around 2015. There was no Discord, but there were other programs that you could use to play. I didn't know about Fantasy Grounds, but you could do through chat. I thought to myself that we could do it through chat. We could share images, and then I found Fantasy Grounds. Like I googled for it, but I didn't. You can find if you look at their opening forum and you go to the first threads that were published, back in 2015. I finally found like 6, 7 people, and those people felt like my friends because we've been playing online games for like 3 years by that point. So suddenly, out of nowhere, without even planning it, I had a D&D group. And not only one D&D group, but we actually had too many for one group. You can play with 7, 8 people, but it's a bit harder, and some of the adventures, the first edition adventures are made for 6 to 8 players, and then the second edition are made for like 4 to 6 players. So if you want to play second edition, you're gonna have to like scale up the adventure a little bit. But yeah, suddenly I had like 6, 7 people, and then we said that we're gonna play, but then I got arrested. So now I'm like 16 months in prison in Sweden, and then when I come out again, I post a lot more stuff, and I get the Patreon up, and I get a lot more people, and now suddenly I have almost a dozen people. So now I'm like, okay, let's make 2 teams, and then just keep escalating from there. But it's interesting that for 25 years I didn't play D&D. That's the reason I didn't play. I just didn't have a group of friends, and I keep moving around a lot. So how are you gonna have a group of friends? And and it has to be, because back then it had to be person to person. They had to be in the same city. So if you move to Seattle, that means everybody's gonna have to be from Seattle.
Right.
And then I moved, I moved back to London, and then I moved to France, and then I moved to, I was in Florence for half a year, and then I was in Tenerife. And the thing is, when I came to Canary Islands, in the first Canary Island I went, there was an RPG store. I passed in front of an RPG store one day around 2002, 2003 or something, and the Spaniards, they actually translate. There was like the player's handbook in Spanish. And I look at them, they have a table inside, they're playing, and they're playing in Spanish. How am I going to play with them? I felt, how I felt I felt like a poor person who sees like rich people eating through the window. Like I felt like I felt that this world is like off limits to me because I don't speak this fucking language. I don't have any friends here.
Right.
Even if I had friends, would they speak English to play with me? And then I forgot it. Like I at the time, I live in Tenerife. So what am I gonna do? I have no choice. I cannot play this game.
It looks like the back of the Cyclone RN just looks hollow. Pretty much.
Yes. Yes. You might. Yeah, I wonder if you. Yeah, you can probably drop. By the way, I figured out that I could have put that suit that I wanted to get. I could have put it in my backpack. So there's enough space in the backpack.
Sorry, which suit is that? Are you talking about the Inquisitors? Making the Inquisitor back?
No, because my suit for the Supreme Commander can only be got from Ninetales, from the heavies.
Yeah.
So I really need to get like 10 of these, especially if I haven't decided yet if I want to use it also for a flight suit. So I need to go around, and if I cannot take stuff, I can at least put one suit in my backpack. But with an Ursa, there wouldn't be a problem. But that's the Ursa, I would either need you to be on with your Corsair, or if I want to go alone, I need to buy a ship. I guess I need to buy. I really don't have that big of a ship, but I think the Valkyrie would be good for it.
Yeah, I think the only way to do it with the standard layout sorry, the standard fire team is to bring a, what do you call it, a mule, because that should fit in the pretty sure that'll fit in the cutlass with the cyclone, so you could add that on.
The problem with the mule is it has 6 little, so 4 or 8 little packages that you can put on the top that don't help with the suits and stuff. And then in the back, I think you can't snap one box there, but I'm not sure what box is it. Is it the kind of boxes? Because I read there's 2 kind of boxes. There's the one that spawn with material when you buy resources to sell. So when you buy, when you salvage, that's one kind of box. And then there's the other kind of box that you generate, by blowing up your ship, etc. So right
I just
now,
bought some at the dumpers depot.
you bought a 1 SEUs,
Yeah.
right?
Correct.
Okay, so the question is that the one you can put in the...
Well, that's what I'm gonna go try now. I picked up the RN. I'm gonna go back to the moon base, and I'm gonna get the pardon me, get the mule out, and I'll see
How
what
much does it cost?
the Cyclone
The
RN.
RN
It's like
is the
30
recon,
grand.
right? Is that the recon?
It's exploration, yeah. And I don't imagine the RC will have any more. If this doesn't have space, then the RC probably won't.
Well, no. The racing is for racing, and you don't want it. You want the recon definitely. But there's also the base cyclone. I think the base cyclone also has. It's just a cyclone. It's just called cyclone, and that's the one that also makes sense to me that they would have put some storage space in it.
But I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't, but like this RN is for exploration. You can actually see, like, they have almost like a cap where the turret would be, and they've just put nothing inside it. I don't actually think it's logical. It doesn't really make sense. Like, but I don't know. I'm not sure what the base Cyclone looks like. Does it have a gun?
I'm not sure.
No, I'll try the mule. It's a little slow. And no gun.
Engines online.
Thank you, and please visit again. Thank you, and please visit again.
Landing gear up.
Why don't you drop, since you're in the server there, why don't you drop a message that anyone want to team up? Here's my Discord invite.
And it's just cultcitizen.org/join, right?
You know what you should do? What you should do is cultcitizen.org/join. Exactly. Cultcitizen.org/join. For some reason, you can't copy paste.
What's the hook? Like last time it was the hammerhead.
Yeah, no hook. Just say anyone want to team up. Just like you're a chill guy. It's funny though because on the one hand, yeah, you're a chill guy. On the other hand, you have like a cultcitizen.org join website.
it looks like spam.
It looks like it's not, yeah, but I don't know how to make it look. Unless you don't use. What you can do is, if you want, put that in your URL in your browser, and you're gonna get the actual Discord invite, and you can put that in. But it's a hassle, like remember, to type all
Yeah.
these letters correctly. So fuck it. You're gonna end up getting people that are. I think that if you have a spammy, if you look like spam, and people still click on it, you're gonna get people who are a bit facile, if you know what I'm talking about. People who are a
Yeah.
bit too nice, and that's exactly the kind of person that we want. So, who are like not suspicious, not
Right, done.
I bet you that I could get like 20 people in here in one day. Just spend like 10 hours jumping around servers and spamming that thing. But it
You
wouldn't
could
be
you could also get your account banned in one day.
That's true. It depends. Like if they log all your messages, and then somebody can look at them. But if they don't log them, I'm going to lead an uprising against the UEE. Gonna take over the game.
Quantum drive is now on.
I think that Chris Roberts should hire Chris Taylor from Supreme Commander and John Mavro from Platter Annihilation, and they should get one solar system to build where there's like war all the time, like RTS war all the time. And you can have commanders. Like in the if okay, you direct the strategy from first person, but wouldn't you also have like cameras, and wouldn't you also have a command center where you just sit in front of computers and you just basically move stuff around the same way as an RTS, like in the future? Wouldn't you have? I mean, they have commander centers like that now. Wouldn't they have that in 1,000 years?
Yeah, I guess so.
And they already have all the units. Like you in an RTS, you have to build the units, but they already have like 200 units. All the ships.
I think
How
doing an RT, like doing, I'm gonna say it can't be done eventually, but like recreating PA in this engine is
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
very
because they're
hard.
very high. Yeah, they're very high quality. The only assassin. Yeah,
And
you
like
told me
once
the.
it's one thing to scale the whole universe because all that stuff is disparate and can be sharded, but once you get a whole bunch of people together in one spot, um, it's very
Yeah,
difficult to shard, and then it all has to work in CryEngine on one computer for
yeah,
display
yeah.
purposes. And one thing it will definitely have that PA doesn't have is the supply chain. Because in PA, like when you get resources, it just magically you collect it and it
Yes,
just
yes,
gets teleported. There's no
yes.
um,
They were thinking of doing per planet economy, so that you have to have between planets, but yeah, this game is gonna have that.
'cause that's a major thing in real warfare. Like a lot of battles were won or lost based on supply chain.
Cutting the supply lines and stuff like that. Yeah.
Quantum drive is now off.
So it could completely turn things around. You might be in the dominant position, but then because you have a big army, if your supplies get cut off, you get starved and you lose.
See, that is not fun for the individual soldiers on the ground because they lose through no fault of their own.
Right.
It is exactly as in real war, but that's not why these people are paying $1,000 for their character. I don't know what they're gonna do with the jump gates. The jump gates is just one jump gate between Pyro and then what if an org parks a couple of carriers in front of that?
Quantum drive is now on.
There are solutions. They're gonna come up with a solution, but it's just it's gonna be interesting what they do exactly. It would be cool if they let it with full PvP, so that if an org did that and they shut down the travel to the systems, that would incentivize all the other orgs to attack them.
Right.
So I think that would be interesting. The question is, and then you have people who just they have just one freaking Avenger Titan. They just want to do some trade back and forth. They don't want to take part in this giant. He has like 5 hours on Saturday to play. He doesn't want to have to worry about is there going to be a war at the jump gate or. But with good design, you can't get around all that stuff. Like for example, if you have 6, 7 systems and they're connected by multiple routes, you can go the long way around. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so they've stopped, they've closed down this jump gate, but you can go through another system to
Yeah.
get to Pyro, and that will be interesting for you. If you want to make the trip, and suddenly the trip is twice as long or 3 times as long, that'll be interesting.
The thing with locking stuff down in the current iteration is that people can just jump servers.
Yes, exactly. But that can be a feature. So that the people who don't want to have deal with all this garbage, they just jump servers. But the people who want to fight and they have orgs, they go exactly where
Yeah.
the problems are.
That makes sense.
And you can have the problems. You can have those hotspots. You can have some way of. It would be cool if you had some way of in the game to find out about them. But you can also find. You can post in the forum that or on Reddit that shard. Because in the future you'll be able to choose shards. That's what they're working on also. That you can queue up for a specific shard. And then, so if in shard 23 there's something going down, then people can assemble, and that will be like that's almost like a dynamic. That is a dynamic event. That is a real
Yeah.
dynamic event, and the developers have to do nothing about it. They just let us play.
Engines offline.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Might try the STV as well. It's a bit weird though. The STV is like a sport thing, isn't it?
Yeah, sport utility, something like that.
I might end up getting the 600i at some point in the near future, because I've been trying to use the 400. I like the idea of using, like, I like to, like, I went out on a bit of, when I was looking for the cave, right, it wasn't a military mission, so I didn't take that, like, normally when I solo, I take, like, that sniper outfit.
Goodbye.
But if I'm doing
Welcome
exploration,
to
I
the
want to take an
ASOP
exploration
Vehicle
outfit.
Retrieval System.
Like, I didn't even take a
Exactly.
rifle, I took a pistol. And so I like to take an exploration craft, but that 400i, it only fits the Dragonfly, and only in a really dodgy way. Like, you have to float the 400i off the ground and put it in the cargo bay. It's going to have a garage in the side for a special hover. I think it's a bike, but it's not done yet. And when you do it, you know, when you're doing that OMGS navigation, I think you want to have something around to be able to scout, because you want to be able to plant your thing down and then fly around looking for the cave.
Definitely. Yeah, you need to have a reason to use everything that you buy. Otherwise, what's the point? And
Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
the
Goodbye.
600i, yeah, it's the biggest they have after the 890Js, and that's
Yeah. The thing with that though is that
it can fit a Lynx. Can it fit a Lynx? I think it should be able to fit a Lynx. How much money does it cost? Let me see. 600i Origin.
there's two versions. There's the exploration and there's the luxury. And the luxury, I don't think has any cargo space. So I don't think it can. I'm not sure. It may have some kind of garage, but
It should have. I mean, it's a. By the way,
I think they're
Explorer
redoing
is
it.
on sale now. It's on sale for $339 on the inbound. It's not expensive at all.
I think that they're reworking them both. So I think the exploration is going to have more cargo space than it does. And
I don't think they were reworking both. I think they were working the 600i, but the other one is not being reworked. It just has to be brought up to standard. The 600i rework is huge. Like, they will change everything inside.
Yeah, when I say both, I mean the both variants.
Oh, but variants. Okay, fair enough.
Your systems are online.
This website, the inbound, they have sales now, and like, I want to buy everything. Like, whenever they send me an email, I'm like, yes, I want to buy it. Can't wait for the Hull C.
How big is that compared to the A2? Like similar size or?
Dude, the A2 has 696 SCU. The other one has 4,500.
Wow. Is that one of the hulls that can't be landed?
Yes. It can be landed on the huge hangar without cargo. When it has cargo, it can only go between stations in space.
Right, okay.
And then you're supposed to have other ships to take the cargo from space to the ground. That
But when's
cargo
that supposed
ship
to be coming?
That plus the A1. The A1 is, the black bomber, the small bomber. That's coming with 320 by the end of Q3, so by the end of September. Very soon. So it could be, it could be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, around there. and we'll have 2 new ships, maybe even more ships. Maybe we have the racing version of the Fury. Probably there's so that's 3 ships with that, and we might have the 15 derelict settlements, 15 new derelict settlements, and they look very distinct. Some of them are like fortresses on top of hills, mountains. Some of them are like some of them have hydroponics farms inside. They have bars. Some of them have bars. One of them that I've seen is like next to the water has piers so you can fish. The fishing is not in, but you know, in the future. Um, I'm interested to see if you can like sleep in any of them. That's what I would like. If you can just you know just like hang out there for a while. And they should have missions. I think the Hull C, if it comes out, I mean, it will come out. And if I buy one, it's not 100% that I will buy one because you know I want to buy other stuff. And like I said, I have to. I probably will buy one, and it will give us a new type of mission to do, a brand new type of mission. So on top of all the others, we'll have the mission of first of all, you know, it will take 1 million or 2 million just to fill it up, and then we're gonna need to escort it. So it would be pretty cool have that extra mission. It'd also be cool for the fighters, you know, to like fly around that giant thing. And by the way, with the third,
It also means we might see other people in their Hull Cs.
Yeah, yeah. Then we might try to take them down. One thing that you could do, because people have been debating in Reddit if it's practical. Everybody says if you get shot down, hire an escort. But is the escort viable economically? And they've done some math. And my idea is, how about you have convoys? So 5-6 guys with Hull Cs. They hire, you know, a whole fucking org to, and then you see, you know, 5-6 Hull Cs with like 20 ships. There's also other solutions. You know, a solution one guy proposed is because the problem is that security detail is boring unless something happens. And you know, it's funny because the guy who's doing the security, he wants something to happen, but the guy who has the Hull C, he doesn't want anything to happen.
Yeah.
You see, but one thing you could do is instead of flying escort, what you could do is you could place yourself in an easy to reach position, and then you have like rapid response. So let's say you cover 3 different Hull seats, 3 different parts of Stanton, and you have like 2 or 3 friends, you know, hanging out in Grimhex or something. And the moment one of them puts out a distress, you fly there immediately. Because one guy said that you don't have to destroy the pirates, you just have to give the Hull C enough time to spool up and leave. And jump.
Yeah.
So there's all this. There's a whole thread. I saved the thread. There's a whole thread with like strategies for security, and it's so cool to see that you know that all this stuff has nothing to do with the devs. Like the developers are not. You know, it's up to the players. Okay, I can see your stream now. And, one thing that we have to think about is when you're doing because when we have players on, what we do is we usually play, you know, military missions, right? But what if, you know, some of the people that I'm inviting, they prefer to do industrial. So how does it make sense to do industrial missions with you know, the full Master Chief armor, you know? And it's okay if you're the security, but what if you're actually doing the mining with Master Chief armor? You know, it doesn't look cool.
But I mean, isn't the spec determined by what type of team you're putting together? Like if you're putting together a flying team, you wear the flight suit. If you're doing a fire team, you wear the fire team, the ground spec.
But if we did an industrial outfits, we could, I suppose, do industrial outfits.
Because there's a whole set of armor we don't normally use that's dedicated to industrial things. Like when you go to
the problem
Tammany
is that things could, you know, first of all, if you have one player do one specific thing, like let's say only mining, they might get boring for him. He would prefer to like play mining and then do some security detail in the same mission. Second thing is you could get jumped at any time, and then you're wearing the industrial stuff, and somebody tells you, you know, jump on that ship or jump on that vehicle, or they board you. It's a big ship, they board you, and you're gonna be with the industrial stuff.
Yeah,
So-
but it's like that's an emergency, right? So in an emergency, if the industrial guy picks a gun up, that's not a problem. It's not like anybody.
Well, but it's better if he has heavy armor and he doesn't have to waste time pinging, so you can shoot immediately. One thing that could change this is lockers. If they have lockers with loadouts like Rust, where you press one button and it changes all your clothes, then we could have on the ship. He can have his military outfit, but he's wearing his and then they just change as they cycle around the rolls. They just change their clothes.
Right.
You know, especially if you have a big ship like Corsair, where you know there's a kitchen, people can take a break and all that stuff. Come back to eat and all that stuff. But that we cannot do this yet. So the thing is, when people jump in, we never do industrial, do we? Like we
Not
never
really,
go
no.
mining. We're gonna have to though because two reasons. First, we're gonna get bored doing the same stuff all the time. Second of all, some players on Reddit especially, they say they only want to do industry. They don't enjoy the. Actually, that would be kind of cool because you could tell those players, okay, you only want to do industry. That means dress up as industrial, and we'll protect you. But again, it will get boring unless we can cycle around. Like
But I mean,
told you,
at
though,
some point, we will have to, or like I guess the way we normally do things is we essentially have one squad, maybe two squads. But if somebody is doing industrial, they can just go off on their own, and we can do it.
Exactly.
We
and
just
they
decide
tell
the
us if they have a
strategy.
problem, and they.
Like we decide, like, okay, do they need an escort? Do they need help? And then those other teams can come help them if needed.
Yeah, exactly. But look, it depends. If it's one guy just doing rock mining on his own, then he can be on his own. He doesn't need us. But it's another guy that takes out his hull C. Then yeah, we go. You see.
Yeah.
I think that if you do get to 50 people, then I think that at any time of the day there will be at least one or two people playing, basically.
Right.
So you will always have. And keep in mind that if there's two people playing, they're playing in a specific shard, right? Then every other person that comes online is gonna jump in that shard, obviously. So pretty much that shard will be our shard, and they're gonna, like I said, they're gonna have a queue, a shard queuing. So we can actually choose a shard that will always be our shard. We only play in that. The same way in Rust, where we play in the Rustified US main server. So that could evolve that way. That orgs choose different shards. Like now, for example, I'm looking at your stream, and it just doesn't look cool to go in the mule with the whole Master Chief. It doesn't look cool. The whole Master Chief. Can you put armor in these little boxes?
I believe so, yeah.
I think it needs to be bigger now. Yeah, it needs to be big. Those are the ones you put in the sides. You cannot put it in the back. You have to put it in the side.
Does look like it should fit.
Yeah, with the place you have to. You have
Okay,
to go
yeah,
close.
it worked. Just the indicator looked weird. So yeah, I guess these are the ones.
These are the box you bought is the 1/8 SCU. So what you need is you need a 1 SCU box. Do you know how to generate them? You have to blow up your ship.
I just wonder how much this can store. But yeah, are you saying the one SU box will fit in this back
Also
part?
2 SCU probably. Yeah, those back there. The 1 SCU.
Okay. So you're saying you have to blow your ship up and it's in the wreckage. Oh, that's that thing we saw yesterday, right?
That you can find the exact procedure detail in the hints and tips thread.
I would rather go salvaging for it. Just go looking for wrecks.
The box you found the other day, I think it was a 2 SCU.
I see.
2 SCU. And keep in mind that the mule in front has forklift, and it can also fit there 1 or 2 SCU, but not yet. Like it's not yet operational. But the back, I've seen people. It is operational. You can snap a box in there. I'm just not sure if it's a 1 SCU box or a 2 SCU box.
All right. Well, I'll make that my mission.
Yeah.
Let's just see what can fit in this little box first.
I definitely want to use the mule. I love that thing. So tell me, like, can you can fit a mule and an Ursa in
And a cyclone, yeah.
a mule and Ursa and a Cyclone all in the Corsair?
Yeah. I have not taken an Ursa out, so I don't actually know how big it is, but I would assume it fits in the
Why don't
Corsair
you
bay.
buy an Ursa? I bought an Ursa with cash, but you can buy one in the game if you have the money.
Yeah, I might get one. The only problem is what I'm trying to do at the moment is figure out what will work for the standard layout.
Yeah, exactly. So we're pretty certain that an Ursa won't fit in there, right?
Yeah, I doubt it. If
Oh, so
it's
you can fit a Cyclone and a mule in there. Okay, I
oh
haven't
yeah,
figured
yeah.
this out. Oh, can you fit two Cyclones?
Yes, but it's awkward. Basically, I think you have to be very good at parking, and I think the way that I did it was the best way is one of the cyclones is actually sideways, so it drives out the side door. So in combat, you can just drive out. You don't have to, piss
That would be
around.
interesting. That would be interesting.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure. This is a while ago. I'm pretty sure we did fit it.
I wonder if you can also fit there a speed bike, one of those bikes, on those hover things.
Yeah, you could
Next
fit,
to-
like, in addition to this, you could definitely fit a dragonfly. In that side area.
In the back side, not the front side.
Correct, yeah. Near the cargo door.
The problem with this is that you have to take some stuff out to take some other stuff out. Whereas with the Corsair, I think you just open your hold.
Yeah.
And
Oh, let's turn the power off.
the Corsair is fantastic. It's really it's a mid size, And then the next up from the Corsair is really the Hercules, right? The we need a C2 because we never had a C2. The C2 is the one when you want
Whoa,
to
what the fuck?
What?
And
Yeah.
just getting weird.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I think I might be stuck. Oh, got out. Cool.
And how hard can it be to fix that stuff, huh?
Collision physics is very difficult on a computer. It's basically impossible to do perfectly. Efficiently.
But why? Okay, but why we haven't had this problem in other games? Because they fixed them, right? They bug fixed them for years.
You always get some problems, and those games are more constrained.
Pure vehicles, right?
Like, I'm sure this can. I'm not saying this is as good as it can be. It could definitely be better. I'm just saying that, like, physics in general tends to be buggy. It's tricky. It's a very tricky thing to get it to be reliable. It takes work.
There has to be a difference between the programmers who work at programming and the programmers who work at video games. Like, the programmers who work at video games must like video games, right? Can you imagine a programmer who doesn't like video games working in video games? Why would he?
It depends. Depends what kind of work you're doing. If you're doing the engine work, then you don't need to know anything about games.
Really, huh?
Because you just like
game engine's different. Isn't game engine different than any other kind of programming you would be doing?
Yeah, but it depends. Like, for example, if you're a graphics programmer, it depends. All these things mean different things. Like, if you're building the programming that sort of like scripts all the behaviors. There's all sorts of levels to it, but the lowest level stuff, like if you're doing like the algorithms for the physics collisions, you don't need to know anything about games.
Yes,
really.
yes, yes.
If
It's
you're
like
doing the
doing
low-level
physics, yeah.
rendering stuff, if you're doing the server infrastructure, you don't really need to know anything about games.
Okay. However, if you're doing the server meshing, what other application would need that kind of server meshing? Is there any other application except games? Online games?
Probably not really. There's a lot of crossover though with other distributed systems.
I think that we need quantum computing, and then that will solve everything, right? We'll have infinite power, right?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know that quantum computer necessarily solves all these problems. I haven't really studied it though.
Dude, quantum solves everything. You can do quantum jumps. You can do. Dude, I actually wrote a little aphorism about this, about Elon and Zuck fighting in the Colosseum. That's fucking retarded. I would never. That's sacrilege.
Is
People
that
died
where
in there,
are they?
and-
Is that where they're doing the fight?
Yes.
I can't believe this is
If I
actually
was
happening.
the Italian Ministry of Culture, I would not let these fucking
Jesus
stupid
Christ.
nerds fight in the
I can't believe they're
Colosseum.
doing it in the first place. The problem is, what's
I would-
happened is this whole celebrity boxing thing has just gone out of control. Like, at first it was like real TV celebrities, and it's just been fanning out, and everyone wants to be do a boxing match now. Like YouTubers are doing boxing matches. These YouTube nobodies. Well, they're not nobodies on YouTube. They got like 1 million followers, but like you or I
look.
wouldn't know who they are.
Look, they're independently rediscovering why the ancients had colossal arenas. They're figuring it out. They're figuring it out. It's just that, you know, that place has a history, and you're two fucking retards. I would only let them fight there if I could also put a hungry lion in there with them. If you're going to the Colosseum, we want to see blood, okay? You fight with
Right.
fucking swords, not with fucking pillows strapped to your hands.
I mean, isn't that considered a heritage site?
Yeah, it's all that it's like the biggest heritage site in the world, and you know, I see it from the perspective of the culture ministers that, you know, it's gonna, you know, but does the Colosseum really need more bases? Like, who doesn't know about it?
They're not going to have like an actual crowd there, are they?
You know, future generations will be like, this is where Zuckerberg and Elon fought. Like, they won't know about the about the gladiators. They will.
They're not going to have like an actual stadium crowd, are they? Because
I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
the whole thing's just going to get trashed. All these like the kind of crowd that comes in to see this kind of boxing match.
Exactly. They will have to clean, you know, the beer out of it. No, honestly, I don't think there's anything the crowd can do to it, because it's been there for like thousands of years, man. What can the crowd do
Yeah,
to it?
true.
You know that in the Second World War, like I think the Parthenon was bombed.
Really?
Yeah, and well, earlier than that, some British aristocrats, they actually cut out whole chunks of the Acropolis, and they took them to London, and the Greek government has been trying to get them back for like decades.
And they won't give them back.
They're
Cheeky. Sorry, you're breaking up. Maybe we should try connecting and reconnecting. I'll be back in a sec.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think it's fixed now. I just reconnected.
So they say that if they give the Greeks back their marbles, then the Egyptians are going to ask for theirs, for their own stuff, and then there won't be anything left in the British Museum.
Right.
I think that they bought them legally. Like, I think that they didn't steal them. I think that's some, you know, there's corruption in Greece, so some corrupt government official just sold them. But
Right.
the thing is that they cut them up. Like, they didn't, you know, because you can't take the whole Parthenon. So they cut them up, and they took them to England, and then they apparently like they dined. They would like set up dinners around the marbles, and they call them the Elgin marbles because it was Lord Elgin who brought them. So it's been a thing since I was a schoolboy in Greece. They have been talking about these fucking marbles again and again. And my view is, it was horrible that they took them, but now that they've took them, let them keep them because it sends more visitors to Greece. You know, they see them in the British Museum, and then they want to go to Greece to see, the whole thing. So what do you gain by bringing them back? However, if they bring them back, you know what they do? They reconstruct it. Like I guess they super glue it. So now it will look more complete. But it's already fuck. If you look at it, more than 50% of the actual marbles are missing. So. But the Colosseum, how old is that? Is that 2,000 years old? It's probably a little more than 2,000. I actually had a sort of a girlfriend in Japan I met who's Italian from Rome, and her job was um,
Your
tour
systems are
guide, tour
online.
guide for the Colosseum and all those areas around there. She invited me to go with her, but she wasn't pretty enough. Italy's great, man. I like Italy more than Greece. I like Italy more than France. Honestly, I think Italy's the best place in the world, but they don't have surfing. That's a problem. They have good snowboarding in the north. But I mean, those two nerds, man, we're gonna fight in the Colosseum. Really, like they're not even in shape. At the very least, if you're gonna go in the Colosseum, you should look like a fucking gladiator. And they're just gonna take 6 months to train. So does the box fit?
Okay, so the 1SU box cannot take... It can take flight suits, and it looks like it can take,
Wait,
like...
wait. That's not one
Sorry,
SU2.
sorry,
That's
I keep...
one eight.
Sorry, yeah.
1/8.
The little box, the 1/8, that will take, by the looks of it, about 5 flight suits. Or undersuits.
5. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty
But it
good.
will not take armor, and it will take a lot of helmets, though.
Okay. Okay, so if you have like 6 of them, is it 6 or 8 that can fit? It's 6, right?
Yeah, so you could take a bunch in with you. I mean, you're probably not going to get 5 flight suits from one bunker. So just for the purpose of getting the flight suits specifically, it should be sufficient. But it would be good to bring everything out, make a bit of money.
Oh, did you find a helmet like yours but gold?
Grey. Grey. Having said that, yeah, you're right. It does look like it has
Yeah,
a
it's
strip
gold.
of gold
Yeah.
on it.
I don't know about these color names, man. Sometimes they're cookie,
Yeah. I'll just post a screenshot.
So, you've put your
Ah, fucking yeah. Unfortunately, when you yeah, it just keeps when you bring those items up, it sometimes puts them in that chest spot for some reason.
One thing you can do that I've read is just put stuff in the chest spot, so that there
Right,
won't
like a
be open.
placeholder. Maybe the knife. Is that where the knife goes?
I'm not sure. I think the grenades.
No, it's a
Maybe
different
also.
spot to that. That's a different. I'm pretty sure that's a different
Okay.
slot.
That helmet actually looks pretty damn good, and the gray, I think goes well with the backpack. The problem is you cannot get it reliably. I wonder if we could have a policy that you have we have 3 Master Chiefs, right? What if they can wear any variation of this helmet that they want?
Right.
See what I'm saying? So if you and then you can tell them, you can tell the difference between them, like just by looking at them. You know, the recoil is that, um, because that looks lit. That looks very good.
Yep.
So what about you take a picture for me of your character, without the stupid thing on your put them in the correct places. All the
Should be in the correct spot now.
yeah, okay. I'm gonna delete that picture
Oh,
from
right,
there,
yeah,
of
okay,
course.
make another one. I see what you're saying.
And make sure that you have everything on you exactly as it's in the spec. Like all the, for example, I don't see you don't have the arm ammo, do you?
I have some of it, but I use some. But it's alright, I've got plenty in the backpack.
Yep. So basically, fix perfectly your spec outwardly, at least. I don't care what's in your backpack, and take a picture, so that I can post it in the spec, so that I can say that you can wear any helmet you want of this type, and I think that would allow a cool degree of customization.
I think that's everything. It looks like, yeah, I'm not actually sure if this one has the eye lights. Like the target-in lights.
Oh, you're right. It does, but they're smaller.
It could just be the lighting. I'm trying to figure out if that's... Yeah, okay, it's definitely different.
Yep. Okay, so I'm looking at your stream, so I'll tell you how to pose. Um, we want the camera to be zoomed in, and a bit camera to be a bit higher up, so that we can see. Yes, exactly. You can see. Yep, that's it. That'll be good. Oh, but take the picture without the inventory.
Alright.
Get out of the inventory. A bit higher up. That's it. That's it. You can take a picture.
For some reason I feel like the gold isn't really coming through in this shot. Alright, if I do it from this
Yes, you're
side,
right.
you can see it.
Yes, go for that side then. That's perfect. Oh, you have to take one of the rifles with the backpack out, the optional one. What if somebody wants to wear the red helmet with that? Would that look good? I don't know.
I think red will work with the white.
Yes, everything will work with the white, but there's also the backpack that's not, has its own colors.
Yeah,
Probably
true.
everything. Yeah, everything will work cool, and also, I think that would be cool because the players will be able to tell a different commander from a distance. That's a good picture. I'm looking at your stream. Do me a favor and okay. I want to see the on your leg the multi-tool. It does have the tractor beam inside, right?
Yeah, it should. Do you want me to get out of
Where
the
are you
mule?
no. So what are you gonna do? You gonna blow up a ship to get a box?
I'm just gonna go scouting around, looking for wrecks and see if I can get it that way.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I like the idea of bringing along a mule as well as a cyclone on the catalyst. I definitely like that idea. It's just hard to find a job for the. By the way, the trend of like people fighting. So there's this billionaire, multi-billionaire, Mark Andreessen. He's entrepreneur. He has he's well known in Silicon Valley for I don't know what he's done. He's done a lot of shit.
Yeah.
So Musk follows that guy, and they talk back and forth. And that guy wrote a justification for the fight, and he explained that learning to fight is good for your health, blah blah blah. But it's above all good in order to protect your family. So he tried to frame it that it's good. Everybody should learn to fight to protect your family. But what's the best defense?
Gun.
No, it's a good offense. So you know, you see all these liberals, they try to frame it. You know, now that it's cool to fight, they can't say it's cool to fight because you know fighting is fun. No, they have to say it's because you want to save your wife, etc. How do you save your wife? By killing people first. It's just you don't even need to be a genius. Like everybody knows that the best defense is a good offense. Everybody's heard of this, right? So how can you know, you're a billionaire, you have 1 million followers on Twitter, you post that garbage, and I don't know how they can live with themselves. This is stupid.
Quantum drive is now on. Landing gear up.
Probably some of the thousands of replies he got must have told him this, but you can just ignore it. Unless the person has as many followers as he has, and then his reply is highlighted, and then he cannot like hide. People are going to see it.
Quantum drive is
I mean, I'm pretty sure that all of these guys have private security. I don't think that.
Yeah.
I think they've outsourced that already.
The stuff they say, they cannot understand how the rest of us live. The stuff they say, you know, unless the ones that were not born billionaires, you know, the ones that were born poor and the self-made ones, they can, you know, they can probably relate to all levels. But
The other thing is that it's not like they're learning self-defense. They're learning to box. Boxing has rules,
yeah,
and you know, if they're serious about it, you would be learning a martial art or something.
well,
Get a gun, you know.
I think that the Colosseum fight might be MMA. I'm not 100% sure.
Really, dude, I have
Is
to
it-
watch that. That sounds hilarious. Like
That would
imagine
be-
Elon and Mark Zuckerberg doing fucking
yeah,
MMA.
that's ridiculous. No, that's ridiculous. Let me though. I'm pretty sure it's MMA, but that's why. Hold on. Musk.
They're gonna be on the floor.
It's not gonna be boxing. Musk, Zuckerberg fight. Is that gonna be? Dude, it's gonna be on an. They have agreed to terms on an MMA fight. That would be hilarious.
Can you imagine them on? They're gonna end up on the floor.
I can't even imagine, especially I haven't watched Zuck speak a lot, but I have watched Musk, and Musk is such a soft speaker. Like he can barely look you in the eyes when he's speaking. So how is he gonna be? Plus, is Zuck retarded? The other guy is twice as big.
Yeah.
I would not fight Musk. He's huge. Fair enough. So maybe if it's an MMA fight, maybe it's not too bad for the Coliseum. I don't know. It depends. Do they have like different? What kind of gloves do they use? Like if the gloves are big enough, then it's like a pillow fight. If the gloves are very thin, then it's serious. But still, I'm sure that nobody has ever worn gloves in the fucking Coliseum.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It will be the first time they wouldn't even know what a glove is. They were fighting with bolas and fucking nets and tridents. And the only reason I know these weapons' names, by the way, is D&D. Four viewers, by the way.
How big does the ship have to be to drop one of these boxes?
I think it matters the size of the ship. I think it matters that the ship must have in storage something that would need a big box, like something big.
Ah, okay, so it's not just
Armor.
any ship.
By the way, the gold on the helmet looks good with the multi-tool. It looks like almost the same color.
Oh yeah, speaking of guns, I was really disappointed to find that temporary visa holders are not allowed to buy guns in America. I was looking forward to that. Just get a gun.
Definitely, you can get any kind of gun you want and a rifle. You can, however, I'm pretty sure go to a range.
Yeah,
and
you can
get
like
anything
you
you
start
want.
to learn and stuff like that, but you can't
Yeah,
keep it
definitely.
in a gun safe in your apartment.
No. Temporary visa, but what about permanent visa? Or no, permanent visa.
I think once you get a green card, I think you need a green card.
You need a green card, but what about you? Let's say you're a 4-year student, like I was. I was on a student visa.
No, it's
for a
that's a
year.
temporary visa, so I don't think you're allowed.
Is a green card the same thing as a work visa? So like you cannot work if you don't have a green card? Is that?
No, so a work visa is a temporary visa. A green
But you're
card,
gonna go to work there. You're gonna go to work there.
correct, but still it's
So
still
you're gonna-
considered temporary. So the green card it means you're a permanent resident. You're not a citizen, but you are allowed to live and work there permanently. And you can lose it if you go live in another country for a long time. But as
Can
long
you
as you
vote?
stay in
Can
there,
you vote with the green card?
no, because you're not a citizen. But you, aside from, I think it's
Unless
aside
you're
from
Mexican. Unless you're Mexican.
How is Beak voting? I don't. Is he a citizen?
Beak has apparently his mother is maybe his mother is American. He has dual
Ah,
citizenship.
right. Okay, that makes sense.
He didn't get. His mother is he has quite a lot of white blood in him, but he's not white.
Right. So if he has American citizenship, why is he spending this time in Mexico?
He Mexico more.
I have been
Really?
authorized to scan your vehicle for
Yes,
security.
that's
doesn't
crazy.
make
isn't
sense
it?
to
But
me,
look,
but
look,
okay.
look. The other day, remember when we were playing the first time we played with Strick? Strick, is Indian.
Yeah.
And he was telling me that he's in Bangalore. And the moment he told me that, he's American. He lives in Maryland. But when he told me that right now I'm in Bangalore, I wanted to ask why.
Right.
Like the first thing in my mind, why would anyone go to Bangalore? But it's rude to ask them that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't make any sense to me. I've never been to the third world. I'll never go to the third world. I went to South Korea and I hated it, and I felt like it was the third world. South Korea. I went to Seoul. Seoul is like a freaking metropolis, but to me it felt like the third world. And then I remember I went there for a week, just on a visa run. My visa had run out in Japan, so I went there for a week to get another visa on the way back. And then I remember when I arrived in Japan, it felt like I was back in the first world.
Right.
So I can't even imagine how it would be in fucking Mexico. You see what I'm saying? Or in India. Like the other day, I saw the new movie with what's his name? That Australian actor, the Thor. He had a new movie that's called. It's the sequel. He's a special forces or whatever, and he goes to India or Pakistan to exfiltrate a Indian drug lord's kid from the Pakistan drug lords, and the entire movie is in India and in Pakistan. And even now, after all these years of development, they look like shitholes. When I say that shitholes, I mean there is not one clean window in the movie. Every single window is like grime.
Right.
The shots of the cities from the helicopter, they're disgusting.
Is now off.
And I remember seeing, you would see that stuff back in the 80s when I was growing up in movies, and you would think that by 2023 things would have improved, but it still looks like a dump. I wouldn't be able to eat anything if I went there. I would not trust any restaurant. I would not trust any hotel. I'm sure that they have some hotels that are super expensive, but still, people went to the expensive hotel in Afghanistan, and they killed half the hotel. They went in there and they killed. So even if you make a little pocket of civilization, that pocket is very fragile. Any fucking warlord can just walk in there and I don't know why people go to those places, man. Or even China. Why people go to China? You could be abducted at any time by the government. Anytime.
Yeah, I
Why
know a
put
lot of
yourself-
guys, because Asian wife is like standard for computer programmers.
Yes,
So I know a lot of guys who've had trips to China because their girlfriend's family lives there.
Look, China is not India and it's not Africa or whatever. If somebody gave me, because people go there for work, and if I had a superb opportunity, I might consider it. But I would know that I'm taking a risk. I would know I'm taking a risk. I would try to minimize the risk. I would try to minimize the time. But it would have to be good money, or in the case if you're looking for a wife, fair enough. That's a reason enough to go wherever you have to go. It's crazy though, but because if those people are rich, there's so many things you can do if you're rich to get a girl, to get a woman, to find a woman. Why go to China when you can go to Eastern Europe, for example?
Yeah, but they're not going to China. It's like you go to work. The only women there are Asians. So it just happens.
Oh, you mean in Australia?
Yeah, or America or whatever.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, the only women are. Yeah, fair enough. They're in your workplace, and you know what I've been doing recently? Well, I've done it a little bit. At least in America, the graduate universities, most graduate universities put the email addresses of the graduate students online. So if you Google, for example, I don't know, Harvard University or Stanford University engineering, masters. You can find all the graduate students. First of all, by doing this, you see that most of them are like brown or yellow. Like there's so few white people in any of these places.
Yeah.
It's kind of scary. That's the one thing you figure. The other thing you can do is, the reason I did this, because that's the way. If you want to meet you're a really intelligent girl in the street, it's very unlikely.
Yeah.
So you can get girls from the street, but what are the chances that you're gonna get one that's like high IQ, smart, whatever? However, the ones that go to an engineering school or physics or something like that in a university, graduate, especially graduate, you know what graduate means? Graduate means that you have got your undergraduate degree,
Yeah.
and then that you've also been accepted by a graduate, because there's some people that go um, to university and they just joke around and they just about get their degree, they just about pass, but
Yeah.
the person who is going on to graduate studies, and also many of them, they have scholarships and they have assistantships and they teach or whatever, so those people are really smart. So one thing I was thinking about is, instead of going to Sweden and just stopping 1,000 girls in the street until I find one that I like, how about I just stay home and I just send emails to like thousands of girls in graduate studies, and I try to get them that way. And also those girls will have pretty logical mind. So you could play the eugenics angle or something. You could explain to them that how procreation happens, and how children are made, and how the IQ depends on the parents and all that stuff. And then I would basically entice one of them to just come over to Europe and have babies, basically. Because if I get a girl from the street, um, when I stop girls on the street, the only data point that I have is that they're cute. That's all I have.
Yeah.
That they're cute, because I don't stop girls that are ugly, obviously. And why would you stop a mediocre girl when you can stop the cute ones, right? The street is full of girls. It doesn't make any sense for you to stop the mediocre ones if you can stop the well, unless you think you cannot get the cute ones. But first of all, I can't get them, and second of all, it's crazy that sometimes often you get rejected by the medium ones, and you get accepted for the hot ones. Like it's interesting how that happens. The main thing is the girl has to be like introverted, um, not very outgoing, not have many friends. Because if she does have a lot of friends and she does have a lot of social circles, then she's gonna want the guy with the high status in her circle. She's not gonna
Yeah.
want just a random guy off the street. But a small percentage of girls is like guys. They're introverted and they don't have a lot of friends. They have, especially if you go to small towns. If you go to Stockholm, it's different. Because everybody has the apps and all that stuff. But if you go in a small town, um, your chances are very, very, very good, and you can get whatever you want if you spend enough time. But you're not gonna get. That's the thing. Like, the chances of me getting a hot girl off the street who is also, um, very smart and industrious and all that stuff are minuscule. It's basically impossible. So what you can do is you can filter. You can let the environment. So instead of going in the street randomly, you can go first of all to a library. You can say, I'm only going to be approaching libraries. That already filters people. But you can go even further. What I was thinking is, go to university and just attend the classes. Like, go to Stockholm University or Uppsala University and just walk inside, and just go specifically and attend the classes. If I want a girl that is interested in philosophy, I could go to a philosophy class, for example. But I don't know if you get the smart ones there. Probably not. I think to get the smart ones, you have to go on, where they teach physics or something like that. But even easier, because every university is going to have only a handful of girls that might be interested. But you can just sit home and just send spam thousands of emails, and then that would make it easier. It's boring though. It's more fun in the street. It's definitely more fun in the street, and it's also travel. But the question is, like, what do you want to achieve? If your goal is to get a smart one, then you have to do whatever you have to do. They should have dating sites that give you an IQ test before you can get an account. That would be amazing. How
Yeah.
amazing would that be? And not just that, like, I would do other stuff like escrow. So you have to deposit $100,000 to be in the site. How awesome would that be? And if I was a father, for example, I would put my girl in that site, and I would give her 100,000, because she would meet better people, and then you could also screen them through the site. So she's going on a date, but you can see the guy's profile, and everything's verified. It's definitely going to be like that in the future, dude. In the future, they will have your genetic they will have your DNA on the site, and you'll be able to match them. And but I'm too early for that stuff. That stuff doesn't work yet. So you have to do it like You have to be smart and you have to be. But I would definitely not go. Definitely would not go to the Philippines. Some people go to the Philippines and they go to Indonesia. I would not go there. China is not so bad. Japan would be better for me. The problem with Japan is the girls. They're generally ugly. You can get some very beautiful women in Japan, but they're an extreme minority. I think in China they're prettier. At least in Hong Kong, I've been in Hong Kong, and definitely it was a huge. The Hong Kong girls definitely much prettier than the Japanese girls. But they're Chinese. I prefer the Japanese. Obviously, it's just harder. It's much harder to get a.
Yeah, I feel like Chinese people often look more. They're slightly more Western in the way they look, like the nose. The nose is more of a Western type nose, whereas Japan tends to be more of an Asian look, like the flatter nose tends. So I don't know how to describe it, but it's a different look. I think Chinese people tend to be a bit closer to our standards. Also, Japanese people don't get braces for some reason.
They don't give what?
Braces. So.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. They have bad teeth. Is that true for the newer generations too, or is it just the older?
I don't know. But I don't think it's considered like a major. Like here, like it's standard to get like teeth are crooked, you get braces if you got the money.
Yeah, it's standard.
I don't think it's standard there.
Launch complete.
The Japanese are extremely obsessed with cleanliness. So you would think that they would.
I mean, Japanese girls, I think, are very, very well, very good on like fashion, makeup, hair, stuff like that. Whatever they've got, I think they do well with it.
They're very insular. They look at us as if we're aliens. That's, unless you meet one that you meet her outside her country, but the ones that are in the country, they don't really travel. They don't move.
Dude, when I was in Tokyo, I met an English teacher who struck up. I think he was playing some mech game in, I think it was Hay, and he told me he'd never spoken to an English speaker before. I don't believe that. I think he must have run into a couple of guys if he talks to people. But the fact that he'd even say that means he's an quote unquote English teacher in Tokyo. He doesn't even use English in the real world at all. His English wasn't bad, but.
Well, keep in mind that when I was growing up in Greece in the 80s, we had English teachers at school. They were all Greeks, obviously, and
if you have like English TV, you have American TV, right? And
yes,
I don't know. I feel like in Europe, for example, my impression is that like everyone, not necessarily every country, but like say Germany, for example, I think they like all the young people speak English, so they will have, and those people tend to travel. So I feel like a lot of those people have legit, even if it's speaking to other non-English speakers, they have experience speaking in English. But if you're an English-speaking person in Tokyo, no other Japanese person is going to be talking to you in English.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, I've tried to get a box, but haven't found one. So I'll look up how to make one.
I'm done with uploading the pics. I'm not gonna make the post right now because I also have to write some stuff. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make some eggs because I haven't eaten in a while, and then I'll join you.
Okay. This guy is saying you can put a weapon in the cyclone storage and blow it up, and that's sufficient.
They say that you can do
Yeah.
that.
I don't know how legit that is, but I'll give it a try. Because that's that means you can get all you can actually do that at the outpost. You go to the outpost, you
Yeah.
drive your
And
thing
then
out.
get another.
Yeah.
Quantum drive is now on. Landing gear up. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on.
So with the helmets, in the beginning, I will say any helmet you want for the Master Chief. However, once I see them in practice, I might ban a few colors. But to start with, no, you can have anyone you want.
Wait, you're just talking about the Oracle helmet, right?
Yes, the Oracle
Yeah.
helmet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Landing gear down. Engines offline.
Maybe it's one of the other variants that has the storage. Let's see it on this one. Oh no, open storage. There it is.
Yeah, that helmet looks very cool. If we could buy that helmet in the shops, I would probably prefer it. It looks more expensive. The other one looks cheaper.
How much does the Ursa cost in the game?
I think about 60 to 80,000.
Okay. Yeah, at the moment, I mean, I have bought some ground vehicles, but I'm trying to stick to buying the vehicles in the game because they're pretty affordable, and it gives me something
Yeah,
to work
the
for in
ground
the game.
vehicles, there's really no reason to buy them with cash unless, like me, you just like, owning them. Feel, the feeling that you own them, you can see them on your account on RSI website. Otherwise, in the game, they're so cheap. Like, even the tank is just $500,000.
It's tricky because I do like to buy stuff and I do like to see it, but for me, that's not as strong if it's a cheaper one. And I also find I do like buying things in the game as well. So I've got to make a bit of a decision.
Yeah, definitely. The way I see it, though, if you see it from my perspective, I am responsible for like dozens of people buying stuff in the game. So, like, I'm gonna have to buy Gladiuses for some of these people that I invite here, and the Gladiuses are like 1.5 million, 1.2 million. So I need tons of money.
Yeah.
I could also use prospectors, second and third A2, and more reclaimers, more hammerheads. So like I have hundreds of millions of to spend in the game that I need to find somehow.
Yeah.
So when I buy, a couple of ships extra for me, that doesn't change anything. The
Yeah.
hundreds of millions that I have to find. You know what I'm saying? But for you guys, if you're just mostly thinking about yourselves, then yeah, it makes sense. You want to buy more stuff in the game. But for me personally, I no longer enjoy buying stuff in the game. Like, I want to get a Valkyrie, and we almost have the money for that in the bank. But I don't feel that I would enjoy it.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy that in
the
the game because I feel like I'm just gonna lose it.
Dude,
I don't. I guess I view the Cyclones as disposable.
the wipe is coming probably in 2-3 weeks. Do you understand?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Probably gonna be a wipe.
I guess I view the Cyclones, for whatever reason, I view them as disposable. So in my mind, I don't care
You
if
view them like the weapons,
Yeah.
the weapons of the armor,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. But I've even started buying weapons and stuff, so it's tricky. It's a very complex
It is very complex.
business.
Very complex. And they've made it as complex as possible. Like this labyrinthine system of. It's crazy that this game, even the DLC, has the most complex DLC. You know, you really can have like a
Yeah.
degree in that, like 6-month workshop or a 1-week workshop too.
Launch.
We still don't know all the ins and outs, and there's some really niche items that you can only get under very specific circumstances. Do you know that there's a Pyre Gladius, not the Pyre Gladius paint? There's an actual Gladius. It's red Gladius. That's called the Pyre Gladius. And in order to buy this, you have to first unlock it in Arena Commander. So you play Arena Commander, you finish the Swarm mode, and then they give you the right to buy it on the store.
Really?
So this is not pay to win. This is win to pay. You win the
Right.
game first, then you can pay us.
Yeah.
And it's not the only one. There's another one too that there's all sorts of weird conditions.
Alright, so just a quick test. I was trying to blow the Cyclone up with missiles. Basically, if you get far away enough, because you know missiles have a minimum range, you lose the radar lock. So it's interesting to know.
Let's see.
So if you had this on the ground and they didn't have bombs or anything, they just had missiles, the Cyclone could be pretty safe from air attacks because they're going to have to hit you with their lasers. I suppose they do have gimbal in and stuff, so it's not too hard.
Your ammo is low.
Nice.
Alright, it does seem to have made the box.
Interesting. So that's pretty easy then.
Oh shit, the box is getting blown away.
By your landing? Is it your landing?
I'm not sure what's going on. Something's going on. It could just be windy.
It's also
No, maybe it
windy.
could. Yeah, it could be the lantern.
It landed right outside your
Yeah.
ramp.
Very convenient.
I wonder if we could generate like a bunch of these boxes and keep them so that we don't have to do it every time. We can have like.
I mean, I guess you would pack a bunch of stuff, cheap stuff.
And then
into
you
the
put this
thing
in
and blow it up.
your ship, and then you store your ship, and then that ship is going to be the one that has. Have you seen any other game that has this tractor beam mechanic? I can't think of another game.
The only one is, if you remember, is it Half-Life 2? That Half-Life 2 that had it?
Bring the box in. Don't drive it out.
Oh, you reckon do it in the ship?
Yeah.
Alright. With the, yeah, I think the first time I saw this kind of mechanic was Half-Life 2, I think it was. One of those Half-Life games. Or some, yeah, it must have been Half-Life. It has that gun, that special gun you get.
Maybe Portal.
Gravity gun, I think it was called. No, it's not Portal. Is it gonna...
Now is the magic moment.
It looks like it should fit. Oh, size 3. Maybe that's too big.
No, that's the correct size. Try again, lower down. You should snap if you go lower down. I've seen it snap in. Yeah, like that.
I mean, it looks like it should be... It's not definitely not snapping, but it looks like it...
You can go on YouTube. There's definitely videos there.
I'll just try... No, you can't.
Is that a 2 ACU box or a 1 ACU box?
One SCU. Yeah, 1 SCU. Because it says 1K.
So you just left one rifle in storage and then you blew the thing?
Yeah, and you get it back.
And where exactly did it go on the Cyclone? Where did you put it?
If you go to the driver's seat, there's an option for open storage instead of getting in. You just put it in there.
And those the Cyclone RN, Recon RC, no RN.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you know you need to go to the. I've seen the snap. You need to go to the to YouTube and just Google for a video.
This guy's saying, I think a 2 SU box fits nicely in the back of a Cyclone. Won't snap, but it stays put. I suppose it does make sense, because there's a platform, essentially, that you stand on, right? If there's a
Two
gun
sounds like too
back
much
there.
for me, but who knows?
Yeah, they're all saying that it does fit.
Maybe there's a special way to snap it.
Maybe it needs to be
We
turned
don't
on.
know.
That doesn't really sound right, but give it a try.
Well, if it's magnetic or whatever.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
You might need to drink something, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, it was on. Okay, that's not it.
Hello and welcome aboard your Drake interplanetary craft. Your systems are online.
The drinking has become a lot more reliable. It's one thing that's definitely gotten better. They used to be bugged all the time. Yeah, so it looks like the cyclone. Yeah, it does have just has a little. I don't know what you're meant to do with it, whether somebody's meant to stand back there, but the cyclone does have a tray in the back, an accessible tray, and you just dump the box in there. So that's probably the best thing to do. On the other hand, that won't work with the standard loadout because we want a cyclone with a gun on the back.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey everyone, today I'm gonna show you guys how to make different
Hi everyone, welcome back.
All right, I'm jumping in your server. I'll be back in a sec.
All right.
And that's about it. Alright, let's try the 1SU of cargo. See if we can snap. Oh! I almost did it. I think the Drick Mule can snap it.
So I was thinking to take a salvage contract. You want to come?
Yeah, I'm still trying to put this box in the back of the mule.
You haven't managed it, huh?
No. I did watch somebody doing it in a video though. Like, they made it look easy. Thing is, I've had the box, like, well and truly in there and it just didn't snap, so...
So did you actually listen to the video exactly his instructions?
Yeah, there were no instructions, he just did it.
And it was the same size as one SEU.
Yep. The box looked different.
Maybe it's a different kind of box.
Yeah, it could be.
I don't know why they haven't made the grenades work well. Why haven't they made? What's the excuse for that?
They worked fine. The issue is just that they have the same lag that everything else does. And so every now and then you'll get a glitch and it'll just blow up in the wrong spot.
And why do they have the lag? Is it because of the servers, huh?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've heard people say that they play the game on a fresh server with very few players, and everything was snappy. Everything was super. Also, in the trailers that they film, everything looks snappy. Everything is perfect, and the people on Reddit are saying that it's because the servers are in the trailers are running in private. You know, they're not public servers.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can't get it to go in at all now.
I want to explore Arcorp. I want to go down more streets and neighborhoods. And
Yeah.
how cool would it be if every month they added just one more street, one more street?
Yeah, I wonder if how easy that would be for them.
That's how I would do it, but the way they're doing it is because the programmers they're creating whole tools to create procedurally generated interiors.
Right.
Well, instead of putting one more street, they will be able to do the entire planet pretty much. It'll be tricky to set it up with missions and everything, but they even have the way they do the missions now. They've modularized the way they're done, so that it's like you have a flow chart and you just move around some boxes, and now you have a different mission. Those kind of like systemic way to do stuff. It's just that I know that that's the smart way to do it, but when I do a task, I don't work that like that. I just do everything. That's how I made my websites. That's why it's impossible to maintain them after a while. I don't have like the patience to sit down and like make the tools in order to make what I want, so I immediately start making what I want. But my projects are tiny, so I don't need to be.
This is supposed to work. I think it's just got to be bugged. It shouldn't be this difficult to snap it in.
You know what it could be? It could be that it just doesn't work in this version of the game, and in the version of the game that was in the YouTube video, it worked.
Yeah. I mean, that was also... What are we on 318 still, or are we on 319?
319.1.
Yeah, okay, maybe it was... That was a 319 video.
What should I do? Okay, so, okay, let's get the vulture.
Here's what you could do to make this work. You fly over the bunker in your Cutlass with the Cyclone, and one of the guys stands out the back and he airdrops the cargo box. You then go park the Cutlass, you drive the Cyclone, your like Cyclone MT or whatever, into the base. You do the bunker, you come out, you use the Cyclone to destroy the turrets. But you then have to drive back, I guess. One guy drives back, gets the thing,
One
comes
guy
back,
stays
picks the
there.
box up. That's super involved though.
Yeah, it sounds... Oh.
Well, when I get some time, I'll
just-
try it with the Cyclone RN, because that was supposed to work.
Dude, I just spawned my vulture, and in the hangar with the I'll show you what I was met with. That is weird. Oh, I know why. Maybe you couldn't sell them. Hold on.
Engines online. Launch complete.
Wait, that's not my vulture. Why is it this color? Okay, so I have my vulture painted white, and for some reason, it's not white anymore. And in the back of it, in the hangar, there's some STU boxes.
Quantum drive is now
I think
off.
maybe they're the ones that maybe they're the ones that I parked outside the grid in my ship, and now, I don't know, it's weird. It's so weird because both the color, the paint is changed without me changing it. And there's these weird boxes there.
I mean, maybe when you sold the cargo on the other end, the sale might have been incomplete.
Yeah. And look, I put the picture on Discord. Look what I found when I went to the hang. I haven't touched
Oh
anything.
shit! Not even in the ship.
Nope.
Can you open those boxes? If you F-click them?
Let me try. I don't think so because these have these have already resources. They have these no. Oh wait, there's a green. I F-click and nothing comes up. They don't even become green. However, if I approach from a specific angle, they do become green. But there's no
Hello.
command. There's no open or anything like that. It just becomes green for a second. And I think these cannot snap to the mule. Only the ones that player generated can snap. These are like resource ones.
Please proceed to
The
assigned
game
landing
treats them
bay.
differently. And I can't even move them to put them in my vulture because the my tractor beam doesn't work here apparently.
Yeah, you can't use it there, unfortunately.
Landing gear down. Warning, you are leaving a safe zone. Warning, you are leaving a landing complete.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Launch complete. Landing complete.
Like right now, one of Trev's friend, Shadows, he's playing Overwatch 2. I mean, who would play Overwatch 2? Even on Steam now, it was released on Steam recently, and it has like mostly negative reviews. Even on Steam, can you imagine? Like even the people who play Overwatch don't like Overwatch. What kind of person will play Overwatch in a world with so many other games, so many other... It seems that each group of friends can have at most one guy that has good taste. Although Rory and Shock Therapy, they were friends before, and also Exiled and Trev. So these are the only ones who have actually brought a friend here, and that friend has signed up and play with us. Oh, Trev technically hasn't played with us, but at least he reads everything. I don't know what to do with these boxes. You know what? I can actually move them if I. Oh, dude, I can move them if I just bump into them. It's not easy though. It's What should I do? I mean, these boxes are money. I don't know how much money each one of them is. But what?
You can't pick them up, can you?
No, but I'm pushing them with my body, and I can't get them on this way. It just takes time, and it's difficult though. Like it's like playing soccer with one leg or something.
This is me, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so who's this guy? Let me show you.
You should recognize the armor.
Yeah, I know, but just the first impression that boom, there's a guy there. Before I saw the armor, you know, just the movement. Right.
I'm sending an invite.
Yeah, I need to get the first person. Right. Well, let me take the mission now then. Salvage. So they just give you claims right now. Apparently salvage doesn't have yet progression. Okay, so I'm not gonna take them now because they have timers. We're gonna have to go into space. They all are on timers. You have to get there really fast. Okay, so you got one in. Let's see.
I can't get it. Oh, it's in. It's all the way in.
Is
Okay,
it?
cool.
Oh Jesus. But then, like, how do I sell it? You know
Go
what
to
you have to do?
TDD. Go to
Yes, but the reason these were not sold is because they were not in the cargo grid. So they're still not. You need the tractor beam to put them in the cargo grid.
Yeah.
So you would have to fly out, put them in the cargo grid, then come back. That's what we're gonna have to do if we want to sell them. But how long would it take to put all these in there? I think it would take too long.
Yeah, it'll take a while.
So how do people sell them then? Because you come down, you store.
They normal. I think this to me looks like a bug. Like they should.
All right, let's take off. Let's take off, and once we're in space, I don't even know if this is the correct material. Okay, well, okay, I'll drive.
I've never been inside the Vulture before.
It looks like the Corsair, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. For some reason I can't go up this ladder. There we go. Alright. There's no second seat, is there? It's just the bed. Is that true?
No.
Okay, alright, I'll sit in the bed. Yeah, I wish when you sat on the bed, you know, you should get thrown around. You'd have to sit in a real seat.
Yeah, I think they're gonna add that stuff. I think we won't always be able to just cram 20 people in the Pisces. That's what they've been saying. That you're gonna really have to have multiple ships if you want to take a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean the other thing is also, if you want people to be standing, the pilot will have to have the skill to fly the. Like if you go in an airplane, right? They're not just flying the plane at the limits.
Yeah.
Just like, I just need to be at this angle. Fucking reef the stick. Like if the pilots flew the way we flew, you know, you'd be fucking terrified. This ship actually looks really,
I think.
really cool.
Listen. I think that if we buy that chair that moves, I think we're gonna moderate our flight. What if you had this chair that goes 360 degrees, and you knew that you're going into a fight with a dog fight, and you're gonna be upside down. Like you don't want to have eaten. Like you want
Yeah,
to make
yeah.
sure you haven't eaten. It's actually apparently it's good for you to be upside down. Like a yogi's good, go upside down, and so if you do a lot of dog fighting, maybe it's good for you.
It could be. Your gear's down, by the way. It's quite a cool looking ship.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know, there's something about the finish and the color. Maybe it's just the light that it's in.
Yeah, it looks very photorealistic, doesn't it? I think they just get better with the textures and everything.
Oh cool, this one has a ladder on the exterior.
Yeah, you can get in from the exterior as well. Yeah,
Oh,
I
is
think.
there a hatch there, is there?
I think
Interesting.
there is on the side maybe. So, okay, we're not in space yet because if we're in space, we'll be black. One sec, I'll be back. We're not in space still.
You're not going directly up. You're at like 45 degrees. In fact, maybe more like 30. Yeah, that's about right. Right. I think you're
so
going past 90 now.
you I've never done salvage. I've only done the box in the back. I suppose I'll be able to. I'll try to figure it out. So the first thing is let's get the contract. I've only have like 3K on me, 3,000 credits. So I would really like to make some money. Let me check. There's so many missions now, so many categories of missions. So salvage. Okay. So the longest one is one that takes runs another 12 minutes. I'm gonna take that. It's an Origin 300i. Oh, and you have to pay 1,000. Oh my god, I have to pay 1,000.
I got some money.
Troubled Hurston L1. Right. Okay. I'm gonna share now.
Got it.
Okay. So let's go there. F2 Hurston L1. Oh, it's L1. You know what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for the SRB, the Argo SRB. It's going to be a ship with a tractor beam. And everybody's saying that people are going to be using it for piracy.
So can it grab a moving ship?
I haven't read a lot, but from what I understand, it would have to be a disabled ship.
Right.
It would have to be not moving and not even power on. I think. But imagine the possibilities. Like you could have a whole scrapyard to yourself. You could just, you wouldn't have to fly. You would have a reclaimer in a moon somewhere, and you would bring to the reclaimer all the ships that you want, and then you just salvage them right in front of your base. There's already scrapyards in the game, but I haven't seen them. I want to read the mission. Accepted. So I think what we're gonna do now is we're gonna get there, and you go. I start salvage strip hull stripping, and you go because salvage has several components. Right now you can only do the hull stripping, but the vehicle munching they're adding in the future. And vehicle munching, you're gonna munch it from the front, so you break it up in pieces and you munch it. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna go on the ship and you're gonna see if you can take any components, any weapons, because you can take components. In some of the ships you can take the power plants or the I don't know what shields, stuff like that,
All right.
and the weapons. Whatever you can, you bring it back, and then you help me with the boxes in the back. It's just that we have to figure out how to sell this stuff without losing half of it.
Yeah.
And where do we sell the weapons? There's got to be a way.
Yeah, I didn't figure that out.
What we
I
could
don't
do
think
is-
it registered as. I think to sell it at TDD, it has to be on the cargo grid as a box. I don't know how you get a weapon that big into a box, like how you would.
I could go and bring.
It's got to be in the
hull-
inventory. That's right. It's got to be. You've somehow got to get it in the inventory, because that's how you sell
the
stuff
big
in
guns.
like
I
Platinum
don't, I,
Bay.
don't, I don't know. I don't know how any of that stuff is sold. But I doubt that you have. First of all, the weapons you cannot get them into. You mean the big vehicle weapons? I think the big
Yeah.
vehicle weapons just have to be in the vehicle. I don't think they go in boxes.
But what I'm saying is,
And-
if you change your loadout on a ship, that gun will go into your like station inventory or whatever. And when you go to platinum, not platinum, like center mass, that's typically where that stuff goes or comes from. So if it's just sort of sitting on the ground, I don't know if that registers in a way where you can actually sell it.
Yeah. It's possible that maybe you can only sell them at scrapyards or something. I don't know.
Right.
I have to Google it. I was thinking of bringing my hull C. Like I could leave you there, and bring my hull C, and we can try to have a more complex operation where we go everywhere with these two ships. Hull C, hull A, and so we can have a lot more. But the hull A doesn't have cargo. Like it has only on the outside, so you
Yeah.
cannot put the weapons. I could bring. What else could I bring?
I mean, you could bring
Or
a box and put
you-
them in the box.
You could bring your Corsair. You could bring your Corsair. That's what we could put. I've seen people in the Corsair fill it up with vehicle weapons in the back.
Okay.
I'll be back in 1 sec.
Alright.
I like to have a Corsair with a Vulture because their styles are very similar. They look. I think the Corsair looks like something that, let's say you have 3 Vultures, right, and they're going on salvaging, and it would be cool to have a Corsair. First of all, to look over them, and second of all, they when they have to eat, they can go to the Corsair. So
Yeah.
I was thinking, if you hit escape now and you log out and you log back in, then you're back in our group, right?
Yes, I think if you relog, yes, I think if you get 30k, you often respawn in the vehicle.
Yeah, but now if you log out, you can just basically teleport back to ArcCorp and go bring your Corsair.
Okay, so alright, so you
And
want
I'll
the
be
Corsair.
salvaging here.
How about we do this? Just experiment with this box first.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do it. So you see, only I have the coordinates of this mission, which means that they could be pirates, but they would have to be very, very lucky, or they would have to have followed me here.
Alright, I just snapped this box in. Seems to work. I'm gonna relog.
Oh, so you're logging off now?
I'm gonna relog.
Relog, yeah.
So but I it snapped in fine with the tractor beam.
Dude, I no longer see on the map the mission. What the fuck?
Do you have it tracked?
Let me see. I'm pretty sure I have, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get all the way here, but... What? No contracts available? In the history, let me see the history. Don't tell me I failed it. How would I fail it? Abandoned? The fuck, dude? I did not abandon it. And it cost me 1,000, didn't it? So that means...
It could be because I logged off. So maybe that's how it accounts for it, that you left, I left.
But I'm still, I took the mission.
Yeah, but maybe it's
And now
just, because it seems like maybe it's not complete.
Dude, and now there's 18 salvage. Before there were 4 salvage, and now in this area, for some reason, there's 18 salvage. Oh, and these ones are, oh, I can't take them. The fee is 20,000. Fee is 5,000. Like, I cannot afford any of them. Jesus. I cannot afford any of them, basically. Okay, there's one that's 1,000 fee. 4 minutes. Oh, the contract is available. Okay, I'll take it. 1,000. We'll see how far it is. I'm not gonna share this with you. Let's see how that goes.
All right.
I hope he has quantum fuel, though. Enough quantum fuel. If I get stranded, you're gonna have to, I don't know, buy a Starfare.
Corsair's very good on quantum fuel.
But you can't give it to me, can you?
Yeah, no, I won't be able to refuel you. Does Judicator have a Starfarer?
He does. I think he's the only one who has. Yeah. And there's 2 Starfarers, There's also the Starfarer Gemini, and apparently the Starfarer Gemini is the one that for the military, but he has a normal one.
I see.
And if it was me, I would have taken the military one. But I suppose both, it's good to have both. I have never done, Recall has done some refueling. I've never done refuel. I wonder if you can do all the,
Sorry, he's done. How has he done the refueling? With the Starfarer?
the Starfarer and a Gladius or something. They refuel the Gladius.
Okay, so it works. That's cool.
Yeah, it does work. I wonder if it works with all ships, though.
I mean, I assume that at some point in the future that'll be a beacon type. You'll put a beacon out for refueling, and so you'll be able to make money that way.
Especially in Pyro, dude. You know how big
Yeah.
Pyro is? It's massive. Okay, I'm gonna check my fast. I'll be back.
Alright.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
From transforming worlds to exploring the stars, ArcCorp is proud to bring the universe closer together. ArcCorp, investing in tomorrow's future.
You are clear to launch. Thank you, and please visit again.
All right, I'm back.
Oh. Have you seen this Star Wars Outlaws game?
Star Wars Outlaws. What is it?
It looks like I've only watched one trailer, and it's like it seems like some sort of open world thing where you got ships and vehicles and stuff. But the protagonist looks ridiculous. Like it's just I don't know why anyone would want to play that. This woman. But yeah, they're like in a bar and talking to people, and then it kind of looks like it's got like a speeder bike thing, and I think they had a spaceship as well. I don't know why I don't know if it's just my perception, but I feel like the characters in games seem to be getting worse all the time. The appearance. Like they
First
just
color movies were listen when the first color movies started getting made. All the best people from the black and white movies moved to the color movies. And then if you wanted to keep making black and white movies, you have worse and worse people working every year,
Right.
every month, until eventually there will be nobody.
yeah.
So unless we're talking about Schindler's List, once every somebody wants to do an experiment or wants to use them in a way that makes artistic sense, because it did make Schindler's List did make artistic sense, because our view of the past, because back then they only have black and white, World War II, all our pictures are black and white. So in our, when you see that, it helps immerse you. It's weird. It's like it's really weird how Schindler's List works. In any case, and I've seen a couple other recent. Not recent, I've seen one, a Jewish movie where this Jewish guy shaves his head and he's trying to find the solution to the theorem, and then he kills
Oh,
himself.
Pi.
Whatever. That makes sense. Yeah, Pi. That's right. That's Pi.
Yeah.
Pi. That was like, it's an old movie. It's like 2 decades back. I saw that in Los Angeles.
I'm here.
So, what I think is going to happen is, I think the Star Citizen is vacuuming up. They have 1,100 people, and they're going to be getting more and more people. And it sounds a bit, ridiculous to say that Star Citizen is going to vacuum up the entire, video game industry. It would be easier to make this argument if there were more companies trying to make the same kind of game. Then you would say that, okay, all these developers are going to move. But the truth is, if you look at the video game market now and you still want to work on, Far Cry 7, Far Cry 8, Far Cry 9, I have no problem with sequels, but the games are getting worse. That's the problem. Like,
Yeah.
Ubisoft in this decade, Ubisoft has collapsed completely. Everything they make is garbage. Whereas, 2018, 2015, in the 2010s, let's put it this way, they made a lot of great games. So I don't know what happened to Ubisoft, but there's another dimension to this. It's not just the best developers that move to the new medium. It's also the best players. So now we have hundreds of thousands of players that pretty much play only Star Citizen. And so these guys have much better taste than the guys that stay behind. So by sucking out all the best players, the new genre or the new art form impoverizes in terms of taste the older. So eventually there'll be just midwits that want to play Final Fantasy 17 or Far Cry 9.
The problem is that right now, like every now and then, I would like to play, something like Assassin's Creed Black Flag or.
Have you actually played it?
Yeah, I mean the missions in that game are kind of garbage. Odyssey is better, but I love the fact that you have a ship in that game, or I did like it at that time, because we have Atlas now. But yeah, every now and then, I guess the point is that Star Citizen isn't quite. It can't do everything those games can do at the same level.
No,
with
it
the
can't.
story and then. So it's not in I'd still like to be able to go and play those
Yeah,
games.
it's not a complete. It's not a complete. But keep in mind, like for example, I would like to play the new Spider-Mans, and the first one is okay, but then the second one is you have to be black, and the third one is you have to have the black sidekick. You know, the second Spider-Man,
Yeah.
and I don't want to. And it's not just that. Like I was trying to watch a couple of TV shows recently, and they had either really badly cast brown people or gratuitous brown people, or replacing the lead with a brown person. That's another essay I want to write. I want to explain why brown people and yellow cannot have high charisma. You know, for an actor to become a star, the number one thing is charisma. So it's not looks, it's not acting ability, it's charisma. You know, that's why you want to see Brad Pitt or Harrison Ford or Jack Nicholson, and there are no brown people that have that high charisma. And I explained that as a huge essay. I explained that in D&D, charisma, intelligence, and wisdom are unrelated. You could have like 20 charisma and 0 intelligence, right?
Yeah.
But that's not reality. You know, it's just a game. In reality, these things are related. You cannot have 20 charisma if you're retarded, if you're more, you know. So that's why you see that. Can you tell me any high, movie stars, Asian movie stars? Can you tell me any of them? I mean, who? Like, what's his name? Oh, by the way, Bruce Lee was half white. Just so you know, like the most celebrated, famous Asian actor of all time was not Asian. He was half white. It's the same thing with like the white, the black. Dave Chappelle is half white. Oh, everybody that's black and that's famous and justly famous. You know, Jimi Hendrix. You know Jimi Hendrix? Jimi Hendrix, the father of rock or whatever, half white. Even though he doesn't, if you Google an image of Jimi Hendrix, he doesn't look half white. He looks, but that there's others. There's that's genetics. You know, he just happened to get like the white brain, and the black outside. So. And even people like Denzel Washington, Will Smith. You Google a picture of an African, and then Google Will Smith and Denzel Washington. Do they look like Africans to you?
I'm not that knowledgeable, I have to say. And like,
no, but if you Google a picture of an
they're
African,
definitely not like they're definitely like seriously black-looking guys. They're like halfway. Because there's black guys who look. There's a lot of graduations.
All the decent American blacks have at least 10%, 15% white in them, which is huge. There's no way these guys are black. So in the past, when there were very few known whites in movies, we could choose the best of them. So they really did Jet Li or Chow Yun-fat or all these guys. They really did improve. They really did enrich our movies. But now, when you have to have 30% black or brown or whatever in the movie, and you have to. They don't have that many good, so we have to take the shitty ones. And,
did you see that Shang-Chi movie? The guy they have
No.
at the helm of that?
No.
It's a Marvel movie.
Yeah,
You must have seen
the
it.
fat guy, right?
I don't know if he's fat. He's just like, I just looked at this guy and I thought, they can't be serious. Just the way this guy looks. He looks like he would be like the right hand man of the villain.
Oh, I know which one you're. Again, now I know. I mistook it for the second Doctor Strange movie. No, you mean the other? Yes, exactly. That guy has no charisma. He's zero. He's nothing. So now they're trying to make that guy a movie star. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And I have a picture that essay I'm writing. There's a picture that picture.
By the way, I'm following you, so you are going somewhere, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I'm 30 kilometers out. So I have a picture that shows Brad Pitt, Harrison Ford, Jack Nicholson, and another 5, 6, 7 white actors. They're like that picture. That's the single most charismatic. Like you will get blinded when you see that picture. So they flew those guys into New York or wherever. They do one photo shoot, and when you see that picture, it has so much charisma in there, and you will see that there's no way. To give you an example. I saw the other day there's a Chinese movie that's supposed to be like Top Gun, and in the cover they have like 5 Chinese guys, right? But they all look the same to me. Like I can't tell the difference between them. Of course, you'll say, okay, because you're white and you're not. No, it's not. If those guys were charismatic, then they would have just the way that the Chinese watch our movies. We would be watching their movies. Why are we not watching Chinese movies? They have a huge industry. Why are we not watching Indian movies? The Indians have a huge movie industry. It's on an entire. If you just download and watch like 10 minutes of these movies, like the actors are so bad. Everything's bad. The scripts are bad. Either they're called. Look, the most famous Asian director of all time is what's his name? Akira Kurosawa, right? But all his most famous movies are Shakespeare scripts. He just remade the Shakespeare scripts and he put them in Japan. So. Yeah, I basically stopped watching. I watch old stuff now. From the 2000, from like 10 years ago, it's fine. Right. So at least, so the timer is to get the contract, not to do the contract. Once you get the contract, you have all the time in the world.
Yeah. Yep. All right. I think did you change course?
Did I change what?
Are you stationary or are you moving?
I'm moving a little bit. So now I'm trying to get near him without.
The thing with these characters though is that they just all look bad. I don't get it. Like, regardless of the ethnicity, there's so many bad characters. I don't get it. Whereas, you look at the Resident Evil games and all these old games, everyone looked like classically like beautiful, like handsome or beautiful.
Yes.
Now they just look like some dude who, like, you could do your at the checkout. You go to do your groceries. It's just insane.
If you go to Sweden, by the way, the people who do your groceries are good looking. Okay, so hold on a sec. Let me just figure out first how I do the salvage. So I'm here with this. So I just click left. Oh no. Okay, no. I click left mouse button and it just fired the lasers. So.
You probably have to change modes.
Modes.
In the Reclaimer, it's a whole separate turret, but you must have a mode.
Would that be G? No.
No, that's gimbal mode.
Alright, so I'm just gonna have to Google that then. So Drake, Vulture, Salvage, controls. So they have a page up on RSI. Oh, it's a video. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to watch the video. It's 1 minute. Press M to activate the salvaging laser. Okay, I'll start with that. Oh, so we said that you should board the vehicle. Can you board this vehicle though?
The Reliant core is very small.
I see weapons though. Try to take the weapons.
Alright.
I see a lot of weapons.
Alright, I'm jumping out.
I wonder if I can hurt you with the
Well, we had this question the other day, whether the salvaging lasers hurt people.
Alright, so I'm salvaging now. It's working. I wonder how close I have to get. Is it good to get closer? Oh, okay. I wonder if I can hurt the vehicle's weapons with my beam. If I can make them. So what am I? Have you done a mini? Is there a mini game here, or is it just simple?
I'm in EVA. Heading toward. You're smashing into the wreck, by the way.
Yes. I am. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to pull back.
Oh shit!
Jesus. Okay.
All right. In principle, that's not going to stop spinning. I don't know how realistic this game is.
No, I think. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because there's
So
no.
I might have fucked it, huh?
Yeah, I think it might just keep going forever. Because you don't have a tractor beam.
I could keep salvaging like this. I think it's not easy, but so I have two beams. One beam does what, and the other one does what? Does it draw the stuff in one of them?
When you use the reclaimer, you only have one beam per person, and I'm pretty sure like they just do the same thing. So I assume that you just have two beams that probably do the same thing, unless it works differently to the reclaimer.
I'm gonna collide. I'm gonna collide. I'm gonna collide. I'm gonna collide. I collided again.
Oh shit!
Okay. Well, there goes that.
Did we
Let me
win?
go back. I want to go back in the back and see if I at least have like one box to sell. I've run out of money. You're gonna have to lend me money just to buy another contract. It's pretty much my real life. Dude, I don't even have one box back here. It's just the box that you put back there.
Does the vulture have like a second process you have to do in the back, or do you just?
Yes,
Is it one?
you have to. Every box that comes out, you have to take it with a tractor beam and put it on the grid. Otherwise, you cannot take a second box. You cannot.
Right.
So people are complaining about that because every box you have to get out of your chair.
It just
and
means it's
go
it's a
down.
two-person crew, though, doesn't it? But I suppose it doesn't have a chair for a second
It's supposed to
person.
be a solo crew. This
Yeah.
is supposed to be a solo ship.
Yeah.
But of course the second person helps, but it's not.
It makes. I mean, if
Well,
it's a solo ship, it should do it itself.
So look, I do have another 1,000, so I'm gonna try to take another contract if there's a contract for 1,000. Okay, first I have to abandon this one. General, I'm gonna get a hang of it. I'm just not really paying attention. Okay, I found one. Fee 1,000. It's in Cruel 4. Let me see how my quantum fuel is doing. I have 298. Alright, Cruel 4. Okay, it's not that far. Let's see. Okay, it is that far. Like I wouldn't be able to get back. Although this Cruel 4, you can refuel there. So, let me give it a go.
So you're going to Cruel 4 for
Yep, I'm
a
going to Cruel
salvage?
4. Yes, I'm not gonna. Well, why not? Why not? Let me share it with you, since you're not gonna be signing out.
Alright.
So I shared it.
Got it. So okay, so I just got pulled in then.
Oh, I see. But you're not near me, so we cannot take
No, no,
a
I
cool,
was, I was clear. I was
What I mean is, we cannot take a cool jump picture. You have to be
correct.
very
Yeah.
near me to be able to take that.
Yeah. If you look on your heads-up display, you should see my name, and there should be a dot there.
Yep, I do see it.
Yeah. So what happens is
Dude,
you have a bunch of people.
Trev is playing Star Citizen.
Really?
He just fired it up.
We've never seen him play before, have we?
Well, he does play. I've seen him play like R-Type, Metal Slug, some stuff like that. So, some fast. But he has played one session with us of Life is Feudal. I remember he was if I'm not mistaken, he was making a shack. I was hoping he'd make a shack. Very rarely, but he does play. And he's also streamed as well. He streamed remember an R-Type run. says you can only salvage yellow areas. You know, areas that are outlined in yellow, the yellow border. Yeah, it's branded. The whole salvage loop is definitely branded. Mining is much harder. But that's what I like about it. You know, if I can do something like this without having to think much, it's relaxing. So if I'm really tired, I can still at least salvage. And it can get more complex, I think, first of all, with a reclaimer, but also if you're running a complex operation with several ships and cargo, and also you have to, yeah, if you see it this way, that the mining is just mining, but the salvaging, first you have the hull stripping, then you have the removal of components, and then you have the munching of the whole hull. So if you add those three together, then you get something that's probably even more complex than mining. Unless we add the mining, I don't know what happens with the mining gadgets. There's a bunch of mining gadgets. So the idea would be you take out the components and the weapons while I hull salvage. You take the boxes from my ship into your ship. Then you go sell everything while I continue salvaging, and then you just keep going back and forth. The problem is that I think that maybe you cannot sell my boxes for full value.
When you do the salvage op mission, like, is selling it part of the mission?
There's not really a mission. It's called a salvage claim. You pay to have the claim to
Right,
the
okay.
to the, and then from anything that happens after that is your
Right.
business. I wonder how long you can, if you could like pile up these boxes somewhere and then sell them all in one go or something. What, for example, let me tell you an example. What if we had a C2 parked somewhere, or even a Hull C? What if we had a Hull C parked somewhere, and you took my boxes and you put them in my Hull C, and then after everything's done, I take the Hull C in to sell them. Something like that. We could even have the Hull C here, like in the middle of space. Although keep in mind that moving those big ships around, even your Corsair, costs a lot of in fuel. So we better be making money. You know, you don't want to be delivering boxes with a Carrack. Or imagine with the Javelin. The Javelin knocks on your door and here's your box. Apparently the biggest ships cannot be despawned. They will have to stay in the world the whole time. Isn't that amazing?
I mean, it sounds like, it's more like a base.
Yes, yes. And I think that if you have, you know, the dozens of people to man a Javelin, you definitely have. First of all, space is huge. So it's not the same as the 2D area of Rust Island, where anybody can find you. If you go somewhere in the middle of space, nobody can find you in this game. So that's one thing. Second of all, if you have dozens of people, you can always have somebody online to at least drive it if it needs to be moved or anything. But I definitely like the idea. This reminds me of Life is Feudal, where the bigger your claim, the bigger your land, the the more times per week that you could be attacked. You remember that. Depending on how big was your domain, you would have if you had a small domain, you could only be attacked on Saturdays for 2-3 hours. But if you had the huge one, you could be attacked 3-4 days a week. It's the same idea.
But I mean, doesn't that have to wait until everyone is in the same world?
No, I don't see why.
Well, it's like what I mean is like, okay, let's suppose it has to be online at all times. Does that mean it's locked to a server, or it can move between servers?
Oh, it's in the shard, and no, it's in the shard that you are in. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it has to stay in the same shard. And then when you move to Pyro, then it's the same shard but different server. There's a lot of questions about the basis and the. It's more complicated because in Rust it's just one server. In Life is Feudal is one shard. In Atlas is one shard. But here, because the game was not supposed to be an MMO at first. It's not supposed to be an MMO. It's supposed to be single player or multiplayer, like co-op with like a few people, your friends.
Right.
And then they decided that it's gonna be MMO. Like they would even give you the server so you could run it on your own server, and they will allow you to mod it and all that stuff. And then at some point they decided we can do it massively multiplayer. But their netcode was not up to scratch. So when we got into the game last August, that was the patch where they increased from 50 to 100 players. So if we had gotten in like a week earlier, it would have been 50 players. 50 players is very, very little.
Trying to click on this salvage claim, but
So this salvage claim is right next to the station. So if there's any pirates, anybody with a fighter, he can shoot me. They can see me from the station.
just gonna fly in.
It looks like all these wrecks are near stations, but not as close as this one. I wonder if these are real player ships. That would be the cool thing. If those were real player ships that got blown up, instead of just spawning. But I'm pretty sure if they're just spawning. If the ship if the ship never stops, how did this if the spinning stuff in space doesn't stop, how did this get stationary in the first place?
The answer is it's very implausible.
And why am I hearing all these sounds in space?
Simulated.
Okay, I flew by the. I'm hitting X to bring down the speed, but the speed isn't coming down for some reason.
You need to turn on an option to turn on. I don't have it bound because I normally like counter thrust. But you need to you usually need to use your boost to have a big impact with the space brake. Like when you're going really fast.
I was using X. Is the space that's a brake?
I don't know what X does because I don't use the keyboard.
Okay.
Let me check.
Okay, I finally managed to bring down the speed.
Yeah, space brake is X, but there's an option that Shub told us about where it'll actually it'll use the boost in conjunction with the space brake automatically.
Let's see.
I'm not sure if that's as good as counter thrusting though, because I don't really know how if there's a distinction made between the different directions for the purposes of thrust. Because like this thing has massive rear engines, so in principle that should be a lot more powerful than, you know, wherever the thrust for the space brake is coming from. Yeah, one thing I need to figure out is how to make sure that at all times, even during combat, I can see certain things on the HUD, because I find that the camera wanders around a bit, and so you can't see your own shield sometimes in some ships.
Yeah, exactly. I think it might be easier with the VR headset.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I don't know how tolerable that would be for these kinds of sessions.
Really?
It gets very hot. Like when I take I haven't used it in a while, but when I used to take the Cosmos off, and I look in the mirror, there's like a red patch around my eyes because you know it's very hot inside the.
I've never heard this before, by the way. I've heard that it's heavy, but I haven't heard that it's hot.
I never had any issue with it being heavy. But yeah, it starts to get a bit warm.
I've never used a VR headset, by the way. I have two, but I have the PS VR and I have an Oculus V2 or something, developers, but I never use them. All right, so I'm here. I press B. No, it's not B. It's M. And it says you can only do the yellow areas, but now I see a red area. I see a blue area. I definitely do not see a yellow area. Anyway, I'm gonna try. Sorry. Okay, I did it again.
Now, when you say did it again, you rammed into it or something?
Yeah, it just I can't tell. It looked like I'm far, so I kept going closer, and those little things in the front just nudged it.
If you have it targeted, it should show you the distance in meters.
Yeah, you're right. Now I'm seeing 36 meters, but I don't know. 36 meters is quite a bit. In any case, it's staying in place. It's just rotating in place pretty much. So it looks like I can't salvage it. So I'm gonna keep salvaging.
All right, I'm on your right, so don't just have a look out. And I'll try to. Okay, so this one. Yeah, I can't. What sort of ship is that?
How are you gonna get inside?
Yeah, I'm not gonna get inside it.
Yeah.
You know, you can rotate. But it's got the thing is, this is cockpit only, isn't it? Or does it have a rear?
I think it does have something. In any case, just try to get any weapons out if you can.
Alright, I'll give it a try. So when you say weapons, are you talking about the external weapons?
Yeah.
So I can see one.
I can see on the bottom.
Alright, got one.
Dude, if I paid 1,000, that means I should be able to make several thousand. But I don't really think that's that much material.
You're about halfway there.
How do you know?
It says up the top if you got the mission tracked.
Yeah. How can I be halfway there if I haven't even moved one box in the back? I don't get it. Maybe
I mean, this
one
is a
box
small.
below.
This is a small ship.
Yeah. I cannot salvage the wings. I can only salvage like the body. The wings are like red.
All right. When
I'm at about 50 meters, so that seems to be a safe distance. 45 meters, 47 meters. I just have to figure out, the correct distance. Well, at least now we know that the spinning is realistic once you nudge it. Maybe it has been slowing a little bit, so maybe eventually it will stop, I think with the 32 SCU boxes you can build a base.
do you mean
You can
is
just
there
stack
space
them.
inside? Well, I mean, couldn't you just do that with a I suppose you'd put like use it. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Because you need to make a roof, right? And to make the roof, you need a big container.
I've seen people stack one SCU boxes, but with the 32 it would be much easier.
Oh, so they made a roof with the 32 SC boxes. Sorry, with the 1 SC boxes.
They didn't have a roof, so it was a fort,
Yeah,
like,
but if you have the big one, you can sort of make the walls out of the small ones and then drop the big one on top.
Yeah. But I would still not live in there. I mean, if you can just park there a raft or a carrack, why would you live? Your bedroom would be in the carrack. But it would just be cool to do it anyway.
I think I have all weapons.
So, by the way, the center part that I was salvaging is now red. It used to be blue. It's now red. So now apparently there doesn't seem to be anywhere that oh no, there is one section that I can salvage. Small section. So we're trying to bring it to 0, I suppose. No, now that's red too.
Alright, I'm gonna try and get in the hatch, so just watch out. I suppose the hatch isn't gonna work, is it?
What's happening? Can you hear the shooting?
Yeah, I'm trying to shoot the door open so I can get into the hatch. Oh, it opened!
Oh, nice.
Somehow
Okay,
the
I'm
door
going-
is still functioning. Alright, here we go. Ah, fuck. Alright, I'm in. Let's see what's inside. Yeah, I guess there's nothing. Yes, this one doesn't have an engineering compartment, so... Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can get.
Well, so how many weapons did you get back to the ship?
2.
Just one. Just 2.
Two.
Right. You may as well
That's all
take
it
a
has.
picture and post it on Discord. It's the first time that we take. My problem is, how do I bring this bar to 0 if there's nothing else to salvage on this?
I think there should be some on the other side. Or at least it looks that way. I don't know if it'll work.
Yeah.
On like the top of the ship. Okay, where's the Corsair? Oh, there it is.
Yes. So even if an area is red, if it used to be salvageable, it might still have a little bit of material. So even if it's red, you can still keep taking just tiny bits of material until you get it to 0.
Right.
Dude, it stopped. It stopped. So if you don't give it too much of a push, the thing is, I have not even moved one box in the back yet.
Maybe it's happening automatically.
Yes, now it says filler station obstructed. So now finally I have to get out of my seat. No, it definitely doesn't happen automatically. Everybody's whining about that. You think 1,000 years in the future.
Jesus. Alright. Okay. Alright, I'll look up, see if I can find any information on how you actually sell these.
I think we're just gonna have to go to the next station near us and should I try to bring the bar to 0? I'll try a little bit. It takes a hell of a lot of time though. Just
Welcome to Star Citizen and the guide for the new salvage missions.
So they do just seem to be chucking it in the back.
it still says filler station obstructed, even though I just came back from there. What? I just came back from there and I moved it out of the way.
Yeah, they just sell it straight at Dumpers Depot. Doesn't show any... They just chuck it in the back.
And Dumpers Depot is where though? Is it everywhere?
Well, Area 18 has one, for example.
What about the crew L stations? The L stations? Like
They probably won't have one. No, I'm not confident because some of them have like a refinery area, a cargo area. I don't think the cargo area has a Dumpers Depot. I'm not actually sure what they have.
it
A
has
shop.
to be specifically. It has to be specifically Dumpers Depot. It can't be any other.
No, I'm just going off this video. This is just what that video happened to show.
I've gotten the salvage bar down to a tiny strip. And I want to see if the mission will disappear if I finish. I think I've emptied it. Yeah. Contract complete.
Cool.
I did it!
Nice.
Okay. So what about money now? Money, I have 245. 245, I can just buy a few burritos. So I'm gonna have to try to land in this station near us. Fuck, we're in the middle of nowhere. Okay. So Cruel Shallow Field Station. Right, so now I'm having trouble navigating the station. Maybe I can just go there, just fly there straight. Alright, 51 kilometers. Oh, okay, I can just, yeah. I'm jumping.
I should get pulled in. Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah. I won't be able to tell exactly how much money I'm gonna make because you put that that box in the back, so I think I'll have to sell that as well.
You should be able to sell it separately.
Maybe not if it's the same material.
Ah, right. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
How does the elevator take us from the landing bay on the ring to the inside? I don't think it makes sense, you know, the way.
Why does it not make sense?
Well, elevator goes up and down. This elevator does not go up and down.
Well, it's not really an elevator. It's...
I think the way it moves, if you could look inside, is bullshit. The way all these elevators move.
It could just be a like a three-dimensional lattice shape.
Yeah, could be. I have heard other people say that it's rubbish though. I think the overwhelming majority of players, gamers, would not have the patience to land these ships. I think the skills demanded by landing in the stations, you know, finding, you know, zooming around and panning around and finding and maneuvering. I think the overwhelming majority of players, you know, many of them can do it, but they really sweat it. So even the simple act of landing in this game filters out a huge part of the player base. And think about how many people are filtered out by the hardware requirements. You know, most people they don't even have a cheap PC. You know, they have a console. So compared to Starfield, you know, runs on anything. I think they're gonna make it run on Twitch at some point. Okay, so I've landed. Let's see if I can repair. Alright. So, dude, what? The repairs are 2.2k. I can't afford that. I can afford the quantum and the hydrogen, but I cannot afford the repairs. Alright, so I'm gonna get out and see if I can sell this stuff.
I'll just send you some money.
No, let me see if I can get out of this.
Yeah, this one doesn't have a dumpers depot, doesn't have a cargo area. Seems like a... But it does have the armor.
TDD, right?
It should have... It won't have a TDD, but it'll have an equivalent, I think. Let me check. Yeah, it's a commodity shop. It's on the mezzanine in the Galleria.
These small stations are exactly as depressing as truck stops, you know, in the highway. Oh, no one will live here. Claustrophobic.
It's weird. There's another commodity shop. And... Okay. Yeah, so if you in Crew L4, this is weird. If you go to like the locker room, there's a commodity shop, but it has a red color and it's kind of glitchy. And it looks like you can sell slam there, like the drugs. Drugs.
Okay.
So I guess that's a special terminal. Just stumbled on that. Yeah, I didn't find a place to sell the guns here. What I'll do is I'll look at that exact gun, and I'll use the item finder to find where it's sold, and then I'll see if I can sell it. 'Cause that's... If that doesn't work, then we must be doing something wrong.
It looks like there's no demand here. That's the main thing. Like, I do have. Apparently, I have one box of cards and one of recycled material composite.
Welcome
So the
to the ASOP
cards
vehicle
must be the
retrieval
one
system.
that you put in the box. I don't know why I have that. Oh, but they don't want either of these things here. There's no demand for them. Interesting. I hadn't realized that. I thought like every place wants everything.
No. There's a website called, I think it's Star Citizen Trade Tools, that will tell you where to sell different commodities.
It should also be in the game something. There is in the game, I think, something. Because it's dynamic. They move around, right? Or is it the same thing?
I'm not exactly sure how that works. I think there are announcements for when there are shortfalls in particular areas.
I can buy waste and scrap. The only thing they sell here is waste and scrap. Why would I want to buy waste?
Because they need to get rid of the waste. And I suppose they do that by trading it.
But yeah, they sell it to me, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I need to go to scrapyard to sell
I mean,
waste.
you know, in space I feel like this is a false problem. Just shoot it in a direction. Any random direction. Like, it's not gonna... Where's it gonna go?
You might hit ships. Dude, I did all this, I landed, and I can't even sell shit. And I got only one box from this contract, so if I want to fill the back, I need to, like, what, scrape a dozen ships?
Sounds like it.
Well, okay. I'm gonna go back to Arcorp, and I'm pretty sure I can sell everything there. So I'm gonna check that out, and I'm gonna log off because it's like 6:30 a.m.
All right.
But at least I'll find out this. Yeah, do send me 3K though. 5K. Send me so I can do the repairs. I don't want to store the ship without being repaired.
Done.
Thank you. Okay, now I forgot what hangar my ship was in, and there's no sign anywhere. Or is there? Yeah, let's try all the hangars.
You can look it up on the ASOP terminal.
Oh. I'm gonna try the side door. I'm not 100% sure. So there's ramp access and there's a ladder on the other side.
Oh shit! I fucked up. It's alright though.
So you were saying that there's still a reason to play normal single-player games like Assassin's Creed, and I agree. The one thing I will say though is that I'm not enthusiastic for them. Like I can see the need, and in principle, I would like to play a bunch of them. But when it comes to actually scheduling the time to play them, I just can't get around it. But you know that's a big reason because if I wasn't playing Battlegrounds, you know, those 4 campaigns, you know how much effort they take. First of all, they take a lot of effort to play, a lot of time, but they also take double, triple the time to prepare. So if you add to that Star Citizen, then I just don't have the time. Simply, I simply don't have. It would have to be something outstanding. And the Spider-Man games, they look outstanding, but uh, only the first one. You know, the other two with the blacks everywhere. I'm sorry, I can't play them. So I climbed with a little ladder on the side of the vulture, but I cannot find where it's called ingress point. I cannot find. So I'm right next to the cockpit, but there's nothing to press. How do I get inside? Why would you want to get there? Oh, there is. You can. Okay, you just click enter pilot seat. Oh, and the glass opens. Yeah, so you can you can get in from the side. That's pretty cool. You get in like pretty much like a fighter pilot almost.
With that new Spider-Man game, they're doing a similar thing with that Spider-Verse movie, which I haven't seen. But it's like, why would you want more than one Spider-Man? Because if you have all these Spider-Man plus like the female spider lady or whatever, it's like it's not special anymore. If there's a billion Spider-Man, what's the point? I also hate the fact that they have like, oh, there's all these worlds. Okay, so let this world burn. Who gives a shit? Like, there's plenty more where that came from. So what's the point fucking saving it?
I'll tell you something. There's something that happens with this comics, superhero comics. When you want to make one that is about a superhero group like the Avengers are so powerful. They have so many Avengers, so much power. Even just Thor on his own is superpower, but when he put him all together with all these other ones, then the only challenge that they could face is something that can destroy the world. That's why you get Thanos. You know, you get this super. So first of all, already by the 80s, when I was reading comics in the 80s, I did not like the group like the Avengers magazine as much as I like the Captain America or the Thor or the Spider-Man. So already the Avengers itself is not as good. It's pretty good, but it's not as good as the other ones. And then when you do the crossover where you have the Avengers, the X-Men, like when you put a lot of groups together, then it has to be someone like Thanos that threatens to destroy the world. And at that point, you have to bring in other solar systems, and you may as well bring other dimensions, like because keep in mind these people are trying to up the ante.
Yeah.
And I suppose that's how you get from a galactic war to to other dimensions, because other dimensions seems to be.
But what I don't like is the fact that can work. I think if this dimension is the best dimension, and all these shitty dimensions are like.
Yes, exactly.
But if every dimension is just as good, then it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And it's all this I don't know. It's just like I don't know about comics, but the Marvel movies, they just start like copy pasting stuff. So you have like, don't have one Thor, have two Thors in one movie, because why not? And it just doesn't make any sense. Copy pasting this and that. And
yeah, it's that has always been a problem in the comics. That they're doing it much worse in the movies because they just don't have as good writers as the but the comics have already started degenerating, like from the late 90s already. Some of these characters are from the 40s, from the 50s, so it's hard to like keep going for like decades with the same characters and keeping it interesting and fresh, and they end up doing stuff that after a while just is stupid. But so that's why in every comic, they have like a golden age of this comic where there was a run of 50 comics or 100 or that was great, and then the rest is kind of mediocre, and then after a while even the mediocrity just becomes garbage. And now that was already a problem before the liberals with the woke stuff and all that. That was already in the 90s and the early 2000s. That was already a problem, and now suddenly everybody has to be black and brown, and the people that want to work in that stuff, the people that are stupid, the people that actually do like to make everybody brown, and they want the brown Captain America, they want the brown, they're stupid. So you already have this problem, and now you have these creators that are stupid, and then finally you get you get this garbage that. But the first season of the Marvel movies was great. It was, legitimately great. The only thing there's only a couple things I didn't like about it. I didn't like the fact that Captain America's costume looked ridiculous in the first season. He looked like he stepped out of a morning cartoon or something. They fixed it with the second season. But and then the other thing I didn't like is that the original Hulk movie, the Bruce Banner was that actor from American History X. What's his name?
Ed Norton. Yeah.
And then he didn't want to continue doing the Hulk, so then they hired the other guy that I don't like him that much. So
Yeah.
if those are the two things that I would fix if I could fix the first season. And then the second season is just I haven't even seen.
When you say season, like they usually divide them into phases. So phase 4 is starts with Black Widow, and I think all of those movies were bad. I don't think any of those were good.
I've only seen, I guess, up to Endgame. So that's phase 1, right?
No. That's phase 3, I think.
Okay, so I've seen up to phase 3.
Yeah, so
phase 4 is garbage. It's all garbage.
It's like I remember when the first Captain America movie was considered, a bad Marvel movie, and that's like this. That's higher than the ceiling now.
Yes.
With these movies, that's how bad it's gone.
Well, wait. The first Black Panther movie is still part of phase 2 or something, right? So that was the first really genuinely bad Marvel movie I've seen. The first Captain America, I don't think it was bad. I don't like his costume. But the Black Panther movie was genuinely bad. But it was just one movie, so it didn't ruin the whole phase or anything. Why is Crew L4 Shallow Field Station in my friends?
It's landing services.
Yes, but why is it in my friends tab? They're not my friends. You have to.
They need a services. They didn't put a services tab in yet.
Yeah. Dude, for some reason, I have to exit with reverse. Has that ever happened to you?
From the hangar?
From the hangar, yeah.
Yeah, that happens all the time. I mean, you might be able to swing it around, but just generally don't bother. I find this auto landing thing a little bit finicky. Sometimes it's difficult to get it to turn on. I'm hoping that if I use the auto land more often... Oh, there we go. Okay, I just had to be closer. Maybe it will make the repairs more reliable.
Could be, huh? Could be.
Yeah, that Spider-Man movie, I got to a point where they had all these, Jamie Foxx and all these villains from the previous movies together, and I just thought, should I stop watching this? And I just thought maybe it'll get it better, and I kept watching it, and it got worse. Like, it's so stupid what ends up happening. Like, I don't know if you want to finish watching it at some point. But basically,
I stopped watching the. You know what? I stopped watching the third Amazing Spot. No, I can't remember now. No, it's the one. It's the one with that. With the multiverse.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like they basically. Andrew Garfield.
You can tell me whatever you want. I don't care.
Okay,
I don't give a
like what happens is, it just doesn't make any sense. Like. Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire just come through a portal because reasons. Like it doesn't make any sense. They just walk through a portal, And it's like, first of all, they would be freaking out. They'd be like, "What the fuck is going on? Where did this portal come from?" And then later in the movie, they just decide, "Okay, I'm just gonna go along with this." And then what's his face is the MCU Spider-Man comes in, and they're just sort of like palling around and talking about all this dramatic stuff. Andrew Garfield is like tearing up, talking about stuff that happened in the other movie. Nobody in this universe knows you. Like it's just like this. These people are extra-dimensional doppelgangers. Like they're not like your friend. They're beings from another dimension who are like somehow like the same sort of person as you. It's a really weird thing, but they're trying to do these dramatic things and talking to each other and stuff, and it's so weird.
Obey all security and customs personnel at all times.
Yeah, I couldn't. It's stupid. And the other movies are good. You know, they're good movies. Not the Andrew Garfield so much. They're okay, the Andrew Garfield, but the first one, the three first ones, are really good movies.
Yeah, they're really good.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Thank you for visiting our corp.
Like for example, in the new ones,
Whatever your transaction, we
they
wish
have
you
Lance,
a prosperous stay.
the guy who was going out with Mary Jane Watson is an Indian now. So in the comics, he's a tall blonde guy. He's a jock.
Yeah, he's not even a jock in this. He's like
in this, he's just some sarcastic Indian boy that nobody would be afraid of him or anything. He doesn't work as Lance is supposed to be better looking than Parker and all that stuff. So it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
these characters.
This guy, he's just a jerk basically, and nobody even takes him seriously. Whereas it's like, yeah. Whereas in the other movies, I forget what his name is.
It was that Joe Manganiello or whatever it is, that guy.
I mean the character.
Lance something, I can't remember. He's a minor character, so it makes sense not to remember his name, but.
Yeah, I also like the fact that they changed Mary Jane, but they didn't change it to they reused the initials. they just can't stop copy pasting things. Like instead of just saying, okay, we'll just have a different character. No, we're gonna reuse the initials because reasons.
Mary Jane Watson is now brown, half black. It's.
But that's not her name anymore, isn't it? It's a Spanish name now, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Is it really?
I think they changed. See, that's what I think they changed the name, but they kept the initials because they just couldn't help themselves. This weird thing, which is copying everything. They got to copy things.
They still call. Okay, I'll blow up. You know what happened? I thought that I know what happened. So I was parked in the hangar, and I pressed the button to top up my quantum fuel. But I'm used to, for some reason, I expect the quantum fuel to be immediately refilled. I don't expect it to take me 60 seconds. So I just took off before it was refilled. I flew out, and I find out I don't have enough quantum to get back to Arcop. So I go back to land, and I smash into the station, and I'm dead. Now I'm in Arcop now, but I lost my ship. I lost everything. It's just very difficult for me to keep my attention in this tiny. You have to go very slowly, and you have to. It's difficult, especially when I'm talking to you. I guess my IQ is not that high. Well, I'm done at least. I don't have to worry about it anymore. I don't remember this landing. Like in Wing Commander, I think you just got back to the capital ship, and then you just press the button and you teleported inside. They couldn't make you land because they didn't have. They couldn't make the ship big. I remember in one Wing Commander, I think it was the first one or the second one. There was an enemy capital ship, and you could like fly through it in one moment, but everything was low res and all that. And when you flew through it, There was just like a hole inside it, and I think it's supposed to represent the hangar. And you could just fly through it and come out the other end. It just blew me away, the fact that you could just, there were no planets, nothing, everything, the whole game was in space, and it still blew me away.
So it's not a bug. It's an actual space.
Yeah, it's an actual part of the mission. One of the
Oh,
one of
right.
the capital ships. Yeah, you can if you want, because there's in those games there's a lot of all sorts of different battles. You have to escort somebody, you have to defend somebody, you have to attack and some of the missions, the biggest missions involve enemy capital ships that you're attacking, or it could be that they're attacking your capital ship, and fighters are buzzing around everywhere. But and interestingly, like I always had the top spec at the time, 486DX 266 megahertz, and even with the top spec, every time you play a Chris Roberts game, there will be the climactic scene or couple of climactic scenes with like dozens of fighters in the capital ship, and that would still grind to you get very low frame rates. It would be impossible to play them. You would have to wait a few years to get a better computer than existed at launch if you wanted to play it smoothly.
Alright, I tried to sell the cannons that I got, and it didn't work. And that was at a store that definitely sells that item. So I don't know, maybe it's bugged. There's something more to it. I'll look into that later.
Are you sure you have the exact, the store that works? Do you have the correct store?
Yeah, I looked it up on the item finder. Suppose it could be a different size. I thought that... Yeah, this one only comes in one size. So it's not that.
Defend what's yours with the latest in defensive and offensive accessories, and always go for center.
Well, we did learn a bunch of things. I definitely learned how to salvage. I didn't have to pay more attention. And but you need a lot of these little ships if you want to fill up the back. Considering that you can actually fill the back with about 20, 22, 23 boxes, that will be 20, 22, 23 of these little ships.
Right. While I'm here, I might as well check if you can sell salvage at the TDD here. This is ArtCorp.
In ArtCorp, yeah, you should, because I've already sold.
Oh, you've already done it, okay.
You already sold, yeah, the first. It might not have sold all the boxes, but it sold the ones in the grid. We still don't know how do you sell the ones outside the grid. Or maybe those boxes weren't from me, maybe somebody left it from before, that's another...
Yeah, it could be.
Because I made about 100k with my run, so that means if I could only sell half the boxes, that could mean that the vulture can make 200k per run. That sounds a bit too much.
When you say 100k per run, was that the one we did the other day, or is...
Yes, I made about 100k that I could scroll up. I can't remember the exact amount, but I'm pretty sure it was about 100k.
I'll tell you another thing I really don't like with this character issue in the games is that so many of those games are third person. If it's first person, I don't care as much. But if it's third person, you spend the whole game looking at this person.
Yep. 100k I made with a vulture trip with recall. So if I did, actually I have the pictures that say
Thank you for visiting our
how much I had.
Stanton's capital.
Welcome to the ASOP
And
vehicle
I had a
retrieval
cell
system.
in 2 doses. So I had 9 units, one chunk, and another one was 5 units. So I suppose, and that was a total of
Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been
14
delivered.
units I sold. Cargo grid.
Hello, and welcome to Riker
Yes,
Memorial
yes.
Spaceport.
It looks like I had 9 in the cargo grid and 5 outside the cargo grid, and it looks like it registered all of them. So it looks like I sold all of them. So
I mean, there
those were
were
not.
a lot of boxes left in the hangar. I don't think
Yeah, there were a lot.
it's too many.
Imagine being like Andrew Garfield. You can show up to a shitty movie and you can still like emote and cry and all that stuff.
Yeah, I have wondered how, like, if you're working on a bad movie, how do they? I suppose when you're on the set, it's
You don't know
you
if it's
can't
gonna. You
tell,
don't know
right?
exactly how bad it's gonna be. Yeah, it's not easy. So if
Like it's
you
already
if
really bad conditions, right? For expressing yourself.
you might not even have read. Yeah, it's terrible the conditions. You know, you have all these people, the cameras, and but you might not even have read the whole script. Who knows? Maybe you just read it live. Dude, that thread that I'm making of the pictures is amazing. The pictures are at 1080p, but eventually I'll take also pictures at 4K. And then we need to take a picture because now we have the all the armor separate. But when you see them, when you have like 10 people and you can actually see them walking around, that picture will be very powerful. You know, you cannot produce these pictures in Assassin's Creed because, you know, it's very restrained, confined world. They should make it an MMO. Why don't they make an MMO Assassin's Creed? But then, what? You have a bunch of assassins.
Quantum drive is now off. Hydrogen fuel is at 50%.
Oh, okay. No. So chef and chev, if I pronounce, because usually I pronounce chevrage, but maybe it's chev. So if I pronounce it chev and then chef, it should be good enough.
I think that's yeah. I mean, it'll be doable, but it's gonna take like if you're concentrating on other things.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But you know, we rarely talk to chef. Yeah, we'll see. It depends on how those people, how active they are. Are they
Let's
gonna
call him
just like
Chef
stand in the
B.
corner?
Chef B. Isn't it Chef
Chef B. Oh
Boyardee?
yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah, yes, Chef B. Or you could start saying chevrage, but oh yeah, you're right.
I think it's unavoidable that you'll. I suppose it makes sense. It's like when you know someone in two people in real life who have the same name. You just put something on the end or whatever, if necessary.
Anybody out there? I've got pirates all over me. I need assistance here.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Gave me a beacon in another system. Abandon. Yeah, I hope in the future you'll be able to, there'll be like a, when you go into the contracts manager, there'll be a map view. So you'll be able to see where these things are, rather than you accept the contract and then you find out it's in a location that requires hydrogen fuel, like Atmo flying, and you just don't have the right ship.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, I'm out of here, man. Catch you later.
See you later.
Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Landing gear down.
Yep. Do I not have... Okay, it's not.
Engines offline.
Oh, I could use that one here. So I could use this one with the protect site missions. Because I don't need a ground vehicle for that. This will fit through. Easy. Wonder if this can be used as a weapon. Fortunately, it looks like the good guys might be winning. Which means less bodies to loot.
There you are.
There you are.
Over here, look.
That was pretty close. Gotcha, motherfucker. Target, huh? I got targets for these. I don't normally get targets. I'd rather not be able to see the targets coming like that. It's a bit... Alrighty. Loot-in time. 15 minutes. I wonder what the best way to do this is. Maybe you just dump everything in this fucking box. That's already pretty full. How does this work? Oh, my man, what are you doing? There's gotta be a better way than this. Yeah, it's actually not gonna hold that many more. It's kind of a shame. Definitely want the LMG. Actually. Let's loot this guy. And that is a fucking cool armor. It's just some bullshit shotgun. Get the fuck out of the way. fit a lot of guns in it. Oh, get the red helmet. Oh, it's not the good one. Needed 2 SCU boxes, I think. You could take the box back down again. Alright. We should have time to grab at least one more. I suppose it took about, what, 3-4 minutes? Yeah, okay, it's probably a good idea. I need a bigger container.
Engines online. Launch complete. Quantum drive is now on. Landing gear up. Quantum drive is now off. Landing gear down.
I did not bring a gun. Oh, yes, I did. Oh, great, cool. Should probably grab some ammo. Probably take some medical supplies. What am I doing? I didn't bring my box. Why not put more clips on my belt? That is not the right gun. And I took them all out. Let's just try to make do. Ah, fuck me dead. Ugh. Alright. Fuck this. Well, I'll try that again another day. Should have brought the right gun. I had the fucking... the sidearm. Should have used that.